I'm shoveling popcorn in my mouth half the sessions. I don't give a shit. All right, let's get to it. Um,
What are we
what were we
doing?
doing? All right. Okay.
Druids.
Druids and shit.
Oh yeah.
Lasagna. I will pre-warn, as I already have. My Wi-Fi is fucked today. Hopefully we'll make it through the session. Just be aware. Please be aware that I am not in charge. I am not the god of internet. And look at this shit. See the shit? It's not
That's
me.
because
Not
you
my hand.
have two moochers in there right now. I'm looking at them.
That's right. You
Yeah.
guys didn't know. I have two moochers in my basement right now.
Well, the-
By that I am some Silenos and Thalia.
Thought we were
Freaking moochers.
guests.
Freaking moochers.
Yeah.
I thought we were guests. Yeah, you're guests.
It's okay, Ryan. You can tell me.
At.
Did they hold you at gunpoint to
Please
put
come
them
help
in there?
me. They want me to run D&D for free?
I'll be
Sorry.
over there in about 5 hours.
Jesus, I am sorry about Tailspire. It's been an asshole today, and it hurts me to look at it. I might just end the screen share until it decides to start working again. I'll put on the music, but that shit's ridiculous. Okay, so where were we last session? You guys have...
May I try to recap?
I got it.
Okay.
You guys come to the lands of Gaia. You have come here searching for the alliance of the druids as you require them to find the back door into Olympus, which is most important to being able to free the gods and reestablish dominance in the Greek world from the Titans, that is. In that process, you have met a strange new person by the name of Alesia. Alesia is an archdruid of the Circle of the Moon, a chief of that very tribe, and has offered sanctuary and a little bit of political advice to do with what to expect from these sort of tribal politics you're engaging in these chieftains. You hung out, and a couple of things happened on top of that. Gyasi had a very bad dream, to no one's great surprise, given his defeat at the hands of the Trask, and was confronted with all of the enemies who had defeated him in the past, and Nemesis herself had told Gyasi he was not worthy. Katara, using her evil magics, got inside of a dream and helped attempt to inspire Gyasi some level of perseverance to empower him, make him feel strong once more, confident once more. And it seems that it worked for the most part, and in the end, he was sucked into a sort of secondary vision kind of thing, where he met with a great tree in an oasis of nature. And there, the spirit of that tree called out to Gyasi and wondered if his path of vengeance was one that wasn't meant for him, one that was holding him down more than empowering him, and wondered if he was one who might care about the protection of life more than the destruction of it, and invited him to come find that very tree that he spoke to and possibly be released from his bonds and learn of another path. Silenos similarly connected with nature. He felt his power flow through the trees, and in doing so, came to the edge of connecting with some deep secret, some deeper entity, a power within the lands of Gaia. And the next day, you guys traveled on to a place called Moonglow Hollow, the center of the land druids, and you met with two of the archdruids. Archdruid Valerie, who is in charge of the lands of Gaia and seems to not be happy with Thalia, despite you all being told that she is in great support of the gods and their worship and work. But there's also Archdruid Maeve, who Alesia seems to not like too much for some reason, but is in charge of the Circle of the Stars and is trying to facilitate hospitality with your group. And you all have yourselves a meeting with some Archdruids later to go check out, but not before Silenos learned of a furball who exiled himself to a mountain cave nearby to the east. and apparently had learned the way of shadow, whatever that is. And now he travels to that very place. So, first I'm going to probably sneeze. Excuse me. And secondly, why don't we... who are we going to start with? Why don't we start with the rest of the group, as they will be easier to facilitate than Silenos' adventure through a mountain, find someone. So, you guys are in the village. You have spoken with at least 3 archdruids here. What would you like to do?
Alesia turns and looks at them and asks, "So, what would you all like to do?" Should I be worried about your friend running off?
Nah, he does that sometimes.
He's a lone wolf, man. Get him down.
Oh yeah, I've seen this type before.
Question.
Yes.
Last session, I peered into Gyasi's mind after we had the little dream sesh. I can't remember if he mentioned tree, like big tree, or if it was just like about the person, about the woman. I want, or like up or something. I'm trying to recall.
Since Gyasi's been swallowed by the Tarrasque,
Yeah.
you haven't heard him speak a single word.
This is when I was doing detect thoughts. There was
I asked where she was. Where is she?
Oh, where is she is what he said.
Okay, I just wanted to figure out how I got to the let's go in the air.
Got it.
Sorry.
No problem. No. Get yourself a recap. It's all good.
Ouroboros will look to Alesia, and he'll ask, where are the remaining druids that we need to talk to?
I think Maeve might be the best person to ask for that. To be honest, I just got here like the rest of you.
They will be gathering, as she will say, as she returns, as she'd taken Silenos aside, and now she returns to the group. She says, "Oh, they will be meeting at the Mother Tree. I would be surprised if you haven't seen it by now. It is the largest tree by far in these lands. Up upon its boughs will they meet."
The Mother Tree, of course. Because of course Alesia knows that.
I knew that. Haha.
Very
And
well.
you would know that too. You were invited after all.
Mm-hmm.
What's the Mother Tree?
The Mother Tree is the center of power here in the lands of Gaia, or at least the primal magics that we druids command. Well, there are many theories about the tree, but it is certainly the largest and oldest and healthiest here. Some say it was the first tree planted in these lands, and the longest enduring one. Some even say that it is Gaia herself. Some say that it grows from the back of Gaia's head, and thus is filled with her great wisdom. Those who wish to connect with Gaia in a more thorough and more conscious way go there often to meditate upon nature and its primal power. So it is the center of energy here in the lands of Gaia. It is the heart of this place. I don't want to see no avatar shit, ladies and gentlemen. If you come and burn down a tree, we'll be very mad.
Seriously, Alesia says, "Don't fuck with the tree." See, especially not that one.
Considering we are in the village of the Circle of the Lands, I wouldn't recommend disturbing any trees, right, Archdruid? And Valerie from the back just kind of is like, "Yes, of course, no trees disturbed."
Is Valerie with the wildfire?
No, she's the Archdruid of the Circle of the Lands. So she is, and you'll be reminded, you were told that she was the one who was most aggressively on your side, essentially. Maeve has been like I've seen the horrors. Basically, her perspective is, I've seen the horrors of war and know that something needs to be done.
Okay.
Valerie, who was in love with Leonis, is apparently aggressively on your guys' side. Wants to do
Aggressively.
something. Yeah, she's the most adamant and loudest voice in support for the gods.
Got it. Well, if the world tree,
World tree, that's right, or the mother tree, as we call it.
If the mother tree is where our future negotiations will take place, then the Demithots will be there.
I would hope so. But it will take some time for certain archdruids to gather. You understand we're not all just waiting around for meetings to be held, and you all showed up on us by surprise this morning, so we will, it might take a little bit of time for them to gather, but they should certainly have gathered long before the end of the day. So please take some time to enjoy the hospitality of the Circle of the Land. I assume the Archdruid Valerie extends her hospitality. Yes, of course I do.
So Katara will, talk to herself again.
Right, as she does.
Yes, I think that would be a good idea. And look to the Archdruid.
Yep.
Is there anything that we could do before the meeting? Show, gather something, sign of good faith. Alesia told us a bit about those we'll be meeting with. I hope I'm pronouncing the name right. Is there anything that we could do to appeal to, say, Ianworn or others on the council?
Valerie will surprisingly speak up for Maeve and say, Ianworn is the wisest. He is the wisest of us, and he will be persuaded by greater wisdom and nothing else. And then, who was the other one you wanted to be know of?
Well, we've told a little bit about Seth here. Doesn't sound like he's too keen.
No, Satyr sees the Titans as wildfire. They serve the same role that his circle is meant to serve. To destroy, to make new what is too heavily tarnished. To start fresh. He thinks the Titans and their wrath and their apocalypse would bring about a world that is unmarred by hate for the druids that the Olympians hold. Which is technically true. If the druids were to die, there would be no hate for the druids left. At least from the gods.
Just out of curiosity, in all of the conversations, I know there was some sort of higher, getting a vibe check on the gods. Did we get any vibes on the fates from just a general inquiry, or is it specifically are they outside of this sort of?
You don't know. You haven't really done anything with that yet.
Okay. I suppose we might as well ask about the other two as well. Nemuel and Leonis.
Rithalanthus and
I didn't get that right at all.
Oh, who are you talking about?
Circle of Dreams. I have Nemuel, but Nimlenwe.
Nimlenwe.
Yeah, I didn't spell that right.
That's okay. That's Nimlen.
Oh, N-I. Oh, so N-I. N-M or M-N?
N-I-M.
Okay.
L-E-N-W-E. Nimlenwen.
One of the forgotten D&D pastimes of figuring out how the fuck the DM spells the characters.
I feel like I got that wrong still, but that's okay.
He spelled them out for me, and I still got them wrong. I'm pretty sure.
I'll just do lim. Oh, sorry.
I imagine in the real world, like people coming from like Native American cultures or cultures where they do have like a little bit more crazier names, and they're like, Bob? That's it? Bob? Are you stupid?
Jeff?
That's all you can comprehend.
Barbaric
All
name.
Barbarian. Anyway, yeah, so oh, you were asking about them, not just wanting their names. Okay, let's see. Maeve will say, Nimlenwei, she likes how things are, much like many who inhabit the lands of Gaia. She thinks things work. That's the druids have their world, and we wish to live separate from the gods, and we do. And the gods have their world they rule over, and our circle does not have much interest in changing that. And I would say the same of the Circle of Spores. Rethloninhus, he will,
I didn't get that right at all.
They currently are generally interested in the status quo of things similarly, though they are largely philosophers. As you would call them, they are great thinkers and the contemplators of life, the death, and the living and passing of souls. And the Archdruid himself is largely interested in the one that you refer to as Hades. We know him to be the king of the dead here. Yes, you'll find that your gods are not called by their names in this realm. They're referred to by titles they have been granted as to what they have done to us, we the druids. I will use your sun god as an example. We call him the Blinding Light, for he has many skills that might seem interesting and intriguing, but one must remind themselves that these are not good teachings. These are lessons that might blind and burn in the end. This is generally how the naming system of your gods works here, but they're either events that they have or precautionary ones when interacting with them.
What do your people call Zeus?
He is the Sky Tyrant. Seems fitting. I'm sure that's self-explanatory in itself.
Duly noted.
And Alesia just kind of gives him a look like,
yeah.
I'm sorry if our culture offends you.
No. It does not offend me in the slightest. As a matter of fact, it is quite refreshing to hear a perspective other than the ones that we have been born into.
I believe that is what we try to encourage here in the lands of Gaia. We druids, we take responsibility for the land, but that does not mean we take conquest of the land, you understand? Valerie will pipe in. She'll say, it's a good point, Archdruid. I am of the Circle of the Land, and I am the Archdruid of the Circle of the Land, but I do not command dominion of the land. My people, we are shepherds. We tend the natural world. A person, maybe an analogy that might work for your world, as it's been described to me. A gardener tends to their garden. Some might claim to own their garden, but they don't go into the vegetable garden and tell them what to do. They simply help things grow. And that is what we do. We help this world be its best, and then we leave it alone.
If one were to try to appeal to the people of your culture, how best would they do that? How
Understand
could one...
the culture. Giant one. You want to appeal to our culture? Understand it first. This is the way of all things.
Well, I understand that your people, at least, especially the more powerful druids, it must take a lifetime to do, but if I could, I would love to learn more about your culture. If you
Make a
could...
persuasion check.
Yeah, okay. 23.
23. Let's see. She looks at you and she says, I will teach you about culture. I will show you some things before this meeting of archdruids, if you wish.
Please. I would be more than happy to embrace your culture.
Then come. And she will...
Is this Maeve or is this Valerie that...
This is Valerie. This is Valerie. And she will take you aside, Ouroboros.
Very well.
Maeve will remain. She'll sort of give you a little smile, Alesia, and then sort of look to the larger group and say, I think it's perhaps time that I was on my way. I don't think you all need 3 archdruids following you around like you are children. I am sure the Archdruid Valerie can provide all the hospitality she needs, and the Archdruid Alesia has more than enough knowledge of our people to properly prepare you for what's to come. I shall go to the Mother Tree. It was a pleasure meeting you all. I shall see you soon. She'll turn, tap her staff on the ground. Similarly, a tree will bend itself open, and as she walks through it, will close itself around her. Is there anything that's Thalia, Gyasi, Katara, or Alesia would like to do with their time?
So, what do you guys think? So, what do you all think so far?
I think it's, I think you might have something really special here. I want to learn more about it as well. And so what is it that you do to, like, how do you keep everything in balance? Then show me your ways, I guess.
Well, all right. Well, think of it like this. Every circle has its own duties to take care of, its own plots of land really to follow, you know? And for the Circle of the Moon, we tend to be responsible for the security of the lands of Gaia. Keep it safe. Its guardians, essentially. That includes the creation and rearing of certain monsters, such as the one you saw up at the front. That's most of our days, but there's plenty of other things to do if you're curious.
Yeah, I am. I'd love to let's see. Yeah, good to know. I don't know. Or yeah. Actually, did I witness the interaction between Ouroboros and Valerie?
Yeah, it would have happened right in front of you.
any chance I could tag along, Ouroboros, Valerie?
Please.
As you're sort of walking away, yeah, Valerie doesn't much turn, but Ouroboros you invite her technically.
Yeah.
And then you guys can. Valerie doesn't acknowledge you at all, Thalia, but continues onward. You certainly rolled well enough, Ouroboros, that she'll just endure. And yeah, you guys can keep going.
Can I telepathically?
Here we go.
Ouroboros.
Oh, here we go. You want to telepathically what?
Talk to Ouroboros.
Yeah, okay, never mind.
Am I reading it wrong, or is Valerie being a little icy?
Ouroboros will say in your head, I don't know what the fuck this bitch's problem is.
Oh my god.
Okay.
He said he doesn't know what the fuck this bitch's problem is.
Like, Alesia sees that you're about to follow along, and she says to Gyasi and Katara, she whispers to them, do the two of you want to see how this turns out, or is it just me?
Are we still there?
You're walking away at this point with
Yeah.
Valerie. He's talking
don't
to
know.
or
Katara,
whatever.
to Katara and Gyasi.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yes, you wanted to look for some. I know that.
Oh, you want to look for something?
Or search for someone. I don't know.
I love how he muted his mic, but there's 3 other mics. Fucking. Oh no.
So
Yeah.
okay.
Is it me? Laughing at me?
Yeah, I was talking to you and Gyasi.
No, I'm asking Ryan if he's laughing at me.
No, I'm not. Just never mind. Forget me.
I'm fucking laughing at Ryan, per usual.
I don't know what I should do here. I could certainly give information on the underworld if Bartholomew, hope I got that right, is interested, though I don't know exactly specifically what he's looking for.
Well, he's not. I'm not sure if he's quite here yet. What about you, Gyasi? Do you have anything you desire at the moment? Nothing.
Gotta hand it to Alesia.
Nothing.
She keeps trying. Hasn't heard a word out of
Nothing.
it. She keeps trying. It's just
Not a thing.
He's like,
Not a word. Okay.
He's getting you. He's
Does he
slowly.
still look like he's searching for something this morning, or is he a little bit more like gone back into the reserved mode?
He's still like, you know, that feeling that you've maybe not. I may be the only person here who's old enough to have experienced it. You get up, you walk into a room because you were going after something
Every day,
and then you
Yes,
don't
I feel
remember
this.
what it
Every
is.
Yeah.
Every
You like
single
look around
day.
the room going, was it my keys that I came for? What was
This
it?
is every single day I walk into a room and I say I don't know what I was looking for, and then I leave and then to return 5 times and then figure out what I was looking for.
That feeling is the look on Gyasi's face.
Okay.
I'm here for something. Where is it? What was it? I don't understand.
Phone, wallet, keys.
Oh my.
Cash, keys, ID? No.
It's like, Katara, do you have any idea what your friend might be looking for?
No, we did try to look in the sky yesterday, but it was a little dark. Suppose we could try again.
You want to try looking in the sky again, Gyasi?
I'll hold my hand out to Gyasi and Alesia if she wants to join.
Yeah, sure.
Well,
Let's hope I
Feels
don't
like-
hurt anybody.
well, time for some time for some bonding. And she takes your hand.
And I will cast Fly on all of us.
Roll it. Roll that wild magic.
Yeah,
Roll it up.
probably not going to go well.
That
But...
voodoo that you do so well.
Bars.
Okay. We're good. We're good.
You're good. All right.
Control.
Except your arm feels so loose and flimsy today. Huh? Anyway, you guys fly up into the sky and you take a look around. Gyasi, why don't you make a perception check? As you look across several thousand trees, see if you can recognize the one.
Three.
3. Shit.
23.
Oh, 23. I was gonna say it's gonna be really
23.
funny.
Oh, I thought it was
Yeah.
3. I was like, how did that even happen?
I was like,
It
it's gonna be
can't
really
happen.
funny when you find
That's
out
what
what
I was
tree it
thinking.
is.
I was like, what are you?
And I was like,
minus
you can't.
the
Nobody's allowed to roll 3 at this level. You look around Gyasi, and it is not hard to see as you look upon Mother Tree, the large skyscraping tree at the center. You imagine once more standing at its roots, at the bare bottom of it, and you think that you feel drawn to it. Perhaps that is the very tree that you dreamt of.
If no one is restraining Gyasi, he's gonna go. If someone is restraining Gyasi, good luck.
Good luck. Yeah.
Because he's gonna go.
In that moment, Gyasi just sort of slightly tilts forward and in Superman style just fires off with his cutting action dash, probably like, what are we doing now? We're doing like 180 feet around, just suddenly flies off faster than either of you have a chance to catch up.
He teleports very slowly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
he
I know what he was
teleports
looking
very
for. Yeah.
He's,
Good,
guys,
I
he's
like
only going
that.
Mach 1. It's only Mach 1. It's fine.
Do I think that he's gonna get there before, like, within 10 minutes with the fly?
Oh, maybe. He's one fast cat. That's the child of Hermes. He's got wings.
I will go after him, because if he falls, then
I'll
Well,
I'll
you
go
also
after
know
them
he-
too.
You also know that he has the winged boots, so he's also a cat, and they land on their.
but
feet.
he's also not thinking straight.
He's also not thinking straight. It's true. Okay, you go. No, wait, Gyasi, and you go flying after him. At least you're like, okay, and you go flying after him too.
Can't leave these people
guys-
unsupervised.
You guys. Gyasi's leaving you behind 60 feet around, probably. So you're within a minute. He's probably quite far beyond the range of your ability to cast fly and small.
We'll go
So in
faster if we spray
essence-
him with water.
So, that's fun. So in essence, you lose Gyasi. You guys try and chase him down for about a minute until it becomes apparent that you're not catching that cat, man. No way. No how. He's on his own. He's on a spirit quest.
Well,
Something put the target reticle on. And it's fire and forget.
let's hope he survives.
That's what
Fly through the air.
We can't look at each other, Ryan. This fucks the whole shit up.
Yeah, fucks the whole thing.
I'm going away.
But
Well,
yeah,
if-
so what does Katara and Alesia wish to do after realizing that they're not catching the son of Hermes?
I'm assuming we figure out, like, at least the direction that he's going.
He's going dead center. Like, where else is he going? He's going dead
Okay.
center at that big tree.
Great.
He
We're
really
going
wants
there.
to go to that meeting.
Yeah, apparently. Where Where's the Circle of Spores here?
Underground.
Underground.
Hmm.
Underground.
Is there a spot to enter near here?
No.
I think No, but it's best if you find your friend first.
Oh, I don't think I'm catching him anytime soon.
It's a bad idea to leave him alone in a place like this.
Okay, we won't catch up to him now.
Okay.
Hopefully he stops. So I guess with that, she'll kind of just keep drifting.
Okay. You guys go back to the hollow.
Well, no, I think Alesia's saying to go after Gyasi because he's
Oh.
alone.
Okay.
The others
Yeah,
are together. Silenos just went, pieced out no matter what. But if Alesia is saying that he shouldn't be left alone, then I guess she'll continue to trail, knowing that she's not going to be there at the same time as he is.
Fair enough. Let's go to Silenos for a minute. It's Silenos' time, baby. Now I'll get the proper screen share going because this little piece seems to be working anyway. All right, Silenos. You make it to the mountainside cavern without too much issue. Let's put on the right music here. And you begin to, you land there on the back of your doe, and you see it's just pitch before you. What do you do?
Test. Can you hear?
Yep.
Cool. So I will, don my cloak, and I will walk in. And
Okay.
as I do, I'm gonna play some songs on my pan flute, just from the different people that I've met. So, one kind of that I've heard Thisbe the dwarf say or play. One from Kyros, like a Spartan song. One like drow song that the Inquisitor might have played on her own.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna play some songs as I go in.
Okay.
Under
play your
the
song.
under the cloak.
Yep. You visibly enter within, and play your songs. And you enter deeper within, and it seems to be a very desolate, empty cave as you enter within. It grows very dark, very, very dark. But you have dark vision, though, yes? See? Yeah, cool. You move inside with you're able to see dimly the interior contents until you come to a center cabin, where you are going to see sitting cross-legged, but still, despite his seated position, probably is about your height from head to seated position. So a very tall individual. He wears a blindfold around his eyes, and there is, it might be paint, sort of like wetly dripping down his cheeks, or it did long ago, stained. He has just like long, crazy hair, just like long, matted hair. Goes all the way down his back, not braided or anything, it's just threaded out. And is sitting in the middle of the room, but it's very clear. But he's buff. He's in great shape. He's wearing like he's wearing like druidic rags from the hips down. So he's wearing like some kind of pants, maybe a little bit of a I guess sort of like an overskirt of like furs, short one. But he's got wraps around his arms all the way to his fists, and he just looks like a man who hasn't moved a muscle in a very long time. There's no cobwebs or anything, but his dreads is just completely unmaintained. but his body is perfectly neat. And he just sits there as you play your songs and you come upon him. Just sits there and you see his breath in his chest. What do you do?
I'll kind of like I'll take off my cloak, but like it's darkness, so I kind of just will like reach out and just clear it out, step out.
Okay, you step out. He does not move.
Um, like zero movement at all, no muscles, no eye movement.
You see his chest. He is breathing in that meditative way. You can clearly see the inhale and exhale of the chest, but other than that, no.
I'm sorry, his eyes are closed, open.
You can't see them, they're blindfolded.
Oh. I'm just gonna walk towards him, not like stealthy at all, just making noise.
Got it. You get to about 15 feet within him, and then he speaks. And at first his voice sounds, you know, when you first wake up in the morning and it almost comes out a little raspy. You haven't used your voice in a while. It comes out like that, and then very quickly clears into a sort of deeper voice. Into a deeper voice. And you hear him say, I know. And he's like, what does he say? Why have you come?
I was gonna say, if this helps, as I'm coming up, I would say,
Sure.
I hear you've been up here a long time. I think you can sense and connect the same forces that I feel here in other places. I just come to find knowledge.
He will speak that same raspiness that leads into a deeper voice. He says, you come to learn darkness.
I do. I sense you have connected with it in the same sense that I have felt a tether.
I do feel great darkness around you. But not great darkness within you, which is where we differ. You wish to learn of the way of the shadow. Oops. Go ahead.
I'll just say, I wish to bend the shadow to my will and use it to protect those who can, protect themselves, and to silence those who seek to take its advantage.
See, darkness is many things. It can be a shield. It can be a shroud. Indeed, if used right, it can be a weapon. Let me show you. And he will stand to his full blinded height, and I will need you to roll initiative. No, I said I'm not ready.
That's a 23 initiative.
See how we do over here. Sorry. You will win the beginning as he sort of you'll see his hands twist around, but his eyes will not meet you per blindfolded. You get this weird, like, you're gonna fight a blind guy, or this blind guy wants to fight you at the fight? And he will sort of take a low position and sort of prepare to fight you without a weapon.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Yeah, as I'm standing in place, I'll make an acrobatics check for this, but Silenos will leap, do a backflip, move like 15 feet to the right, and as a bonus action, as he jumps, he's going to cast Guardian of Nature. So what this is gonna do, you're gonna see kind of shadows bolster his like arms and his legs, kind of in like an armor, just of like shadow kind of covering him. So he will gain 10 temporary HP, Constitution saving throw advantage, and Dex and Wisdom based attack rolls with advantage. And while on the ground, ground within me for 15 feet is difficult terrain. So kind of shadow will like erupt out from my my cloak and myself.
All right, fantastic. Yeah, maybe that acrobatics check. See how the flip goes.
Gonna be a nat 20 for a 31.
Oh shit!
Wow.
Yeah, you see him sort of begin to engage, and you sort of respect his challenge, and you flip off into your back. You spin like a fucking top, like Levi Ackerman through the air. And as you hit the ground and your hand slams the ground, tendrils of shadows spill from your hands in every direction, creating a difficult terrain, and then sort of lace backward, almost imploding upon you, creating this armor of pure blackness.
Yeah, and as I do that, I will launch some shots at this guy.
Arrows go off. Go for it.
Sharpshooter.
Sure. Yeah.
I'll use the superiority die. That's a 23 to hit.
23 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
I will do a kill giant strike to try and knock him down.
All right.
Strength saving throw, DC 17.
Go ahead and give me the damage.
Yeah, no problem. That's gonna be 32 damage in that shot.
32. You do this shade thing, and you rip your bow off from behind. You bring your arrow around and fire it at him. He goes, grabs it as it is this far from his head. And as he grabs it, you have this moment of like, what the fuck? You've never seen anyone like catch an arrow mid. It's not one of yours, especially on mid-flight. So as he catches it, then he, without looking in your direction, just sends it back at you. That's going to be a 24 to hit.
That hits.
I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Is
You're
this
also going to take
Silenos'
14
first?
damage. Yes.
Oh boy, you're gonna love him or hate him, whichever.
We'll see how this goes.
Silenos get the FAFO treatment.
That's a 21 con save.
All right. It hits you, and it hits you like not so much like in a vital part, like in a place you really have never been shot before, because it's not that much. It's not a damaging place compared to other places you've been hit, but you will take the 14 points of damage as you take it. But as you do, you feel this like nerve shock, like pulse through your entire body. In that moment, in a complete shock and surprise, but your body manages to overcome it, and you will not be stunned instead. But you feel your body sort of like you're about to seize up, but you pull through it with your demigod strength.
Sick. Yeah, 2 more shots immediately.
Go for it.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that felt good.
Sharpshooter?
You madman.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, that felt good.
You gonna hurt my creatures, huh? Take that.
Kill my titans, you bastard!
That's a 22 to hit.
That'll hit. 20, 60 damage on the first round, you motherfucker. Here's a monk.
Yo.
That's gonna be 26 damage.
He sends it back at you. You take it in the arm, and then you bring up that other arrow around, and it catches into him. You hit him. You want to take your third?
Yeah.
Go for it. Oh, I need a con save to maintain your concentration on your spell,
Sure.
because you got hit.
Yeah.
Man, I wanted to stun you so bad. Such a cruel story beat.
20 con save.
Yeah, you're good.
Cool. So sorry. I will. Yeah, just make another attack. Sharpshooter. That's a 16 hit.
16 damage?
16 to hit.
Oh, you're shooting your last one, right? Yeah. The 16 hit. No, that won't hit. This time he deflects the arrow away with the back of his arm before it can touch.
Sounds good. As he goes to deflect it, I'll immediately draw another one, Stalker's Flurry, and aim for the side that he didn't go to block.
Go for it. I got excited. How much damage did you do on the second shot?
26 damage.
26, thank you.
That's going to be a 31 to hit. 26 to hit on a nat 20.
Oh, yeah, that'll do the job fine. Go for it.
Oh, wait. hold on, my bad. No. That's not right. It was a nat 1. It looked like a nat 20, but still, 26 to hit. Not
Still will hit just fine. Yeah.
I will expend a superiority die to try and do a disarming attack. I know he doesn't have a weapon, but he'll have to make a strength saving too.
Okay. Well, yeah, he doesn't have a weapon, so you'll still get the
Actually-
you'll get the damage, but he won't take any.
No, there isn't even any extra damage, so there's no point actually.
Hey, don't you get you get the extra damage no matter what? I think. It's like a D10, I think, something like that.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's true. Okay. Yeah, so strength saving for he'll have to make as well.
It's gonna be 27 or 17 to hit, or 17 to save. God damn it!
DC 19, so it won't disarm him because he doesn't
Yeah.
have anything, but it'll add the extra damage.
Got it.
That's going to be 26 damage on this final shot.
All right, very nice. Another 26. Good job. Takes the shot again. Yeah, and if that's your turn, he will sort of stand, maybe a little surprised at the level of skill you've got. He says, "I see you have been a student of the Lady of Darkness for some time. But if arrows are your tool, shadow is mine. And the best defense is to empty oneself of all worry of pain and empty. Shadow is darkness and absence, which is what I have become. Me." And as he exhales, you will see that his body will actually begin to seep into shadow itself, and he will vanish within the black darkness as he will empty himself of all soul, spirit, and worry. That is his action. So he is now invisible. And as a bonus action, well, let me ask. I think did you have blind sight? No? Okay.
No.
He will vanish, and you'll hear sort of steps in this general corner over here. Or I'll tell you what, he sort of does this, and he brings his hands down to make himself turn invisible. And at that point, it goes quiet, and you hear on the other side, and you can hear him running around the room, but you cannot get a beat on him wherever he is. And at the final moment, because he hasn't actually entered stealth, he's invisible but hasn't entered stealth, you do find his final location somewhere in this general direction, but he's essentially using the shadow and the emptiness of himself to confuse you until you find him. And as he runs in, he'll finish his turn by entering within 5 feet of you, which you will be aware of course. He's invisible, but he is within 5 feet of you at the end of his turn. What do you do?
I will
So make sure to do a. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Take your turn.
Could I like throw my bow down like in the ground and just have it like stick up?
Sure. Yep, absolutely. Sharp ended.
Yep. And as I do, scimitar comes around.
Very nice.
I will do. As I do, Silenos has been working out a little bit, so he's a little bit stronger. As he does, he's gonna swing the scimitar down around with a little bit more oomph and do a hill giant strike with like the blunt end of one of the swords. Try and like knock him down as he's invisible running past.
Understood. Maybe an attack you'll have disadvantage because you cannot see him. Oh, yeah, because you have advantage from the other. Yeah, you have a straight absolutely. $25 will hit. You are muted, just so you know. But yeah, that will definitely hit for him. That will be exactly a 7. $11 damage, understood. Alright, go ahead and turn your mic off, just because everybody else is around. Sorry? Yeah, turn me on. Turn one of those on. Just because everybody else probably wants to hear.
Sorry, guys.
No worries.
And then bonus action, I will misty step across the room.
Okay, where are you going? Over here?
Yeah, I have 30 feet, so like kind of just best tactical spot I can see. Maybe there is good.
I will. So just to be clear, your Guardians of Nature lets you roll a strength-based attack at advantage, right?
Mine is dexterity based on the one I chose.
Okay, then yeah, just wanted to be sure.
Yeah, so the primal beast is strength, the giant or great tree is dexterity.
Understood.
Yeah, so that was one attack, bonus action.
You got another attack, but you left your bow behind.
Yeah, I will just stand where I am and I'll say, I know of the shadow. I just want you to teach me the ways without conflict. You have been hiding here alone. I just seek to be an ally. That's all. And I'll just stand there with my scimitar.
You'll hear sort of, again, you'll hear that as he runs around the room, and you will hear him say, if you are not paying attention, then you are not learning. These may be lessons, if you care. So stand your ground and watch carefully. In this moment, there's a... you can't see him, but you feel the darkness sort of rupture behind you, and you know he's right behind you. And he is going to take some attacks on you.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Silenos will just stand there, just not knowing where he is, and he'll just like take it.
Cool. Let's see how he does. This guy's gonna roll 23 for the first hit.
That's hit.
That's gonna be 8 points of bludgeoning damage, and I need a con save.
Gonna be a 16 to save.
A 16. As you feel and as you turn around to try and catch him, he attacks you like open palmed, and he's going to strike you like right like under your arm, and another electric strike of like nerve damage fires off your whole body, but this time it seizes all of your muscles still. And you're like, you can't move, and you have this moment of like, oh shit, like he's gonna get me, and then appearing from the shadow itself, you see him appear and come in to punch you, and he like stops right there before he makes contact. Because you're stunned, your concentration will go down. And he will say to you, still blinded, but he'll cease his assault, at least for the rest of the turn. He'll say, "Why do you seek the knowledge of the ways of shadow? You wish to empty yourself as if you were the shadow itself. What do you seek to gain from the Lady of Darkness?" As he'll sort of step back and assume another sort of like Wing Chun position in preparation of the next turn. And I'll say that like you can speak falteringly, but you can like speak this next turn. But he will like actually he doesn't assume a position because you're gonna be stunned for the round. So he'll just stand and sort of stand before you as you're unable to move and assault back. What do you say?
The darkness is a force that's thought to be bad and scary, but there is power in absence and giving and taking, rather than ruling with ferocity. I seek to exchange the energies felt in here, Gaia in Nyx, in darkness.
Make a persuasion check.
It's going to be an 11 because I'm using a scimitar. Can I use luck?
Sure. Yeah.
A little bit better, 16.
16, okay, very good. He will, again, he's blindfolded, so he doesn't look at you. And as you feel your body starting to reclaim itself, he'll take his next turn, in which he'll simply like sort of use the power of his breath, and you'll see some of those arrow wounds will heal back together just ever so slightly. And he's going to resume 10 HP. And he will just sort of stand in front of you. And he shall say, "You intend to use the power of primordials. You acquire them like they are tools to be used. You seek the command over the power of life and the power of darkness. How interesting." And he will just stay quite neutral, but you'll feel the stun end on yourself. And you certainly have the option to continue combat if you wish.
No,
But he isn't. Yeah.
I'll just as I come out of the stun, and I'll on my turn do a bonus action second wind.
Okay. At this point, we'll like exit initiative a little bit.
Yep.
We will
And-
say, "Oh yeah, go ahead."
No, it's all good. I'll just, as I'm breathing, regaining my breath as the second wind, pulling the arrow at.
Okay.
I'm sorry to have disturbed you and shown ferocity and animosity first, but in this world we've had a lot of people wrong us as well, and I don't exactly know allegiances, but I do seek to learn, and I apologize for hurting you.
You have nothing to apologize for. You came, you sought, and you fought, as I asked you to. How interesting. So much of you that does not seem to make sense to me. Satyrs are so rarely curious of philosophy, of greater power. Certainly not archers of great might and skill. It's been some time since I faced a warrior of your might. But our paths have crossed, and so I shall show you, if you wish, at the very least, what it is the way of the shadow. If not just that, you may learn it, perhaps, if you wish to feel yourself not only with the potential to use the shadow as a shroud that you might ambush. I might teach you to become it. Now tell me, Silenos, you wish to command nature and darkness. I would ask you, what are their similarities? What are their differences? Are they two disciplines? Part of the same whole? Or does one and the other begin?
They are the same. One is taken care of and nourished, and one is forgotten, hidden away, pushed away. I think it's just where you give your attention. You can focus on the darkness or focus on the light. It's about
Agreed. Yes.
using whichever might help the task at hand.
Each has their uses. Each has their merit. We need nature, or should I say they need nature to survive. And he'll bring his hand down to the ground and lift dirt in his hand and let it sort of file out through his fingers and say, you need soil to create plants. He'll wave his hand and you'll see a root sprout. As a little plant will begin to grow up druid craft like. You say, we create plants through the soil. And the soil needs not only water, the warmth of the sun. It needs the cool breeze to be strong. And then one day it dies and nourishes the next sun. Earth, nature, Gaia, these things are elemental, thus where your titans come from.
At which point Silenos is just gonna say Gaia's name and Nyx's name in primordial.
He'll swap to primordial with you.
Yeah, just as as she says that these elemental forces, he'll just like recognize it, say like something that he felt when he was touched by them, like maybe like a greeting or something like that. But yeah, and then he'll communicate like that.
Yeah. He will say, much has been born of nature, of the unity between sky and earth. And Gaia has created much. The titans, which have created the giants, which have created the gods, and so on and so on. Nature is the constant removal of life in the creations. But all that life needs to be sustained through earth, fire, through water, through air. Darkness, which I suppose your sky tyrant fears for the one reason that darkness was there in the beginning and will be there in the end. It does not require oxygen. It does not need food. It does not drink water to live or air to breathe. Darkness is darkness. It can be temporarily cast away by light, but in the end, when the light fades, as it always does, darkness remains. There was darkness in the beginning, and there will be in the end. Such as I have survived for all this time, I have not ate a morsel of food in some 50 years. I have not tasted water in some 50 years, nor have I seen the light or anything in some 50 years when I cut out my own eyes. I am shadow because I require nothing to live. Because I am nothing. Nothing but wrath. If you wish to be shadow, silence, darkness, you must learn to remove yourself from all mortal things. This is the way of shadow, the way of darkness. It is the end of all things and the beginning of
Yeah, I think with that he'll
Silenos, you're muted. You're here. You're coming through Ryan's mic.
I think with that Silenos will toss down his scimitar in the sand and I have felt the fears and trepidations of the gods, even of Artemis, goddess of the night. I've heard the Slayer, she's been called. She too fears Nyx, although nothingness will be there after everything. It is also actively dissuaded by life and nourishment and family.
yes. There is nothing in darkness. And the gods who made you fear darkness, much as the titans do. All things fear darkness because darkness cannot be slain. It cannot be destroyed. It can be hidden away at best. But should darkness decide to turn upon you and shroud your enemies, you will lose. I can teach you to be wrath like Nyx, for I, in my form, can use the shadow to fight. I do not require anything to stay alive, and I have a mind to use it to my will. And with that, we'll pull away for a moment, but you'll continue to talk to this individual, this monk of the Way of Shadow, and he will continue to tell you of darkness, of its absence, but how the gods, the titans, fear darkness, about how Nyx is considered by him, and he believes at large, the most powerful entity in the universe, as it does not create, it does not destroy, it simply endures, it is void of its ends.
I think
yeah.
Silenos would agree with that opinion, and he would express in primordial specifically agreeances with these opinions. And just that darkness is not necessarily bad, it is just nothing.
And he would say then, well then, silence. You understand then that it is not light on the opposite side of darkness. It is life on the opposite side of darkness. And with this understanding, I would say your cup is empty enough, or full of the right, that I can show you more. Some are not willing to learn these lessons, but I think you may. The Way of Shadow can be yours. And we'll pull away from that as he will have thought you and have learned of you, and will have thought you worthy to learn of these lessons. And we'll let's return to Thalia and Ouroboros as you guys journey at Valerie's side. And we'll see what comes of that.
So, damn. So finishing my telekinetic response earlier, or telepathic response. Yeah, I don't know what this bitch's problem is, but you're welcome to join. If anybody can convince her that you're all right to be around, it's probably you.
Well, thank you. I hope that's the case. I haven't met her before. I don't know how I could offend her before even saying a word to her. So
maybe she thinks you're snooty.
I'm not.
I'm not.
I'm not.
No.
No.
Oh, how'd these get here? That's weird.
Why would you say a thing like that, Ouroboros?
That really bothered you, Tal.
You don't hear a words, but you feel a feeling of I sense I have fucked up severely.
Oh man. Well, maybe we'll get to the bottom of it soon enough. No one can dislike me for long.
I reckon.
I reckon. All right, cool. Moving right along, you guys, you follow Valerie, and she will sort of just begin to wander into the wood.
You just don't let people not like her.
And she will say, "We wish to learn of our culture. Where to begin? Our culture is different from circle to circle, but we share one thing, and that is respect for life and death and its balance. As I said before, we are shepherds of the forest. We keep it healthy and alive, and we step in when it needs to be protected, but we do not rule it. When the squirrels need to crawl through trees, we do not tell them which trees they can. we might recommend. When the branches and the boughs of the trees begin to droop, we do what we can to keep it alive, but we don't stop the struggle of nature. We don't resist the hunting of prey and predator. We foster nature so that it can be strong without us. We're guides and nothing more. And this is the way that all things wish to be. I command lands. I am the archdruid of the land, and there are many lands and temperatures around here. There's the forests, there's the fields, there's the undergrounds, there's the Arctic, there's so much to this place that it's tending. And that's why there is many of us. There is the most of the land. And we watch over all these things that we be careful. And that is the root of our culture, is that we have not been commanded to do anything. And we do not command anything to do anything more. We simply accept the responsibility that someone needs to protect things. And someone needs to guide things in the right way. Not because we're asked, not because we're told to, but because someone needs to take responsibility for it. Nothing more, nothing less. You want to know who druids are? We're those who accept those responsibilities and don't ask for reward in return. Because nature needs it.
How does one become more attuned with a given land?
Land specifically. The Arctic, the forest, and so on.
I guess the bigger question is, druids as a whole, what do you all do to attune to your given responsibility?
When we are young, we choose. No one is forced to take up any circle. I've heard stories from the Circle of Stars that your people are forced to marry, and depending on your gender, you must go to certain places or bend to the will of the other, which is rather strange to me. But no, when we are born, that is a choice we make. One might feel an affinity for flame, one might feel an affinity for the flora or nature, one might have an interest in beasts or feel a responsibility to protect the land, and we choose our circles accordingly. And many druids can live for a very long time, so that isn't always a constant, which is good. Circulating the cultures of the different druids, it helps us share with each other, and we don't become too cloistered. It helps us understand one another. For example, there's the Circle of the Moon. As you know, Alesia, her clan is responsible for the creation and evolution of monstrous creatures to protect us with, as you saw the Jurassic-like creatures. The Circle of the Moon will reach out to other circles to learn of their ways to influence the creation of their various monsters. There is one that roams in these woods that is not considered alive nor dead, and has great power of protection, but respects the land. And that is because of the Circle of Spores and their knowledge of death. So we choose where we want to be, and we respect all for their choosings.
And do you pray? Do you meditate? Or
It was explained to me what praying is some time ago. It doesn't make sense to me. The closest thing that I could think of is what we do is we meditate. We connect and attune with nature. We don't ask nature to give us things like they do in your lands. We ask for nothing. We just try to find harmony with it.
Could you show me how you meditate?
Suppose. And she'll sort of root her. We'll just sort of do it by itself. Her staff will root itself into the ground underneath, and she will like sit on the ground.
And I'll copy her.
You copy her.
I'll kind of like wave at Thalia, like, come on,
What do you mean?
do it.
Yeah, Thalia will sit on the ground. She doesn't love that idea.
I think she sees you sit down and sort of like play with your robes, maybe, or whatever, and sort of, you're trying to be comfortable on the ground, but you don't like to sit on the ground. I think you kind of get a look from her of like, just kind of, she'll go back to her thing. You'll see that she pokes her fingers like into the dirt. Maybe she'll like spread her fingers amongst the grass, feel the dirt in her hands, and she will speak as she does it. She says, everyone meditates a different way. Everyone feels the earth in different ways. She'll like rub the dirt between her hands. She'll say that the important portion is that you do what it takes to feel nature and embrace it. Some druids like to lean against trees and feel the cycle of life in that tree. Others will sit in the grass, which is what I do. Poke their hands in the dirt, feel their sand between their toes, whatever it takes. Feel the breath of the wind on their cheek. We'll do many of these things at once. And she'll sort of place her hands at her side, and she'll just sort of spread her hands throughout the blades of grass. And she'll just kind of close her eyes and just sort of breathe. And as she does this breath, she connects with nature. You feel that the wind almost sort of breezes over your bald scalp, Ouroboros. A little more intensely, almost in tandem with her, as if her own breath influences the wind. And you feel that as she begins to meditate and become in tune with nature, it becomes in tune with her. And you watch her sort of sit there, and I think she doesn't even go fully cross-legged. I think she does like one of these. So her bare foot feels blades of grass between her toes as well. She kind of sits in the grass and just kind of tries to breathe. I will say that there is, she breathes and she sort of focuses with her brow.
When her eyes are like closed, I'll kind of look over to Thalia and whisper, like, you're trying to get her to like you. Come on, do it. Just do what she does. It doesn't fucking matter.
I'll be like, okay. And I'll stick my hands in the dirt as well and look at Ouroboros like.
Ouroboros will start like doing what who is this? Valerie?
Valerie. That's right.
Valerie. Yeah. And I'll like stick my hands in the ground. I'll probably hit a rock. Like, fuck, God.
The barbarian who has survived many blows from Plus stubs his finger on a pebble and retracts in pain. The fun thing about Ouroboros is that when he's not raging, he's actually very sensitive to pain. He doesn't have a high tolerance.
Emotional and physical.
Yeah. He's a very sensitive guy. Was that?
Yeah, but he'll like do it, and I guess he'll try to, picture in his mind what he thinks that she would try to be thinking about, I guess. Like, the blades of grass, the dirt, and how all the life comes from it into the plants, and just the cycle of life as it originates from where he is right now.
Okay. What about you, Thalia? What do you do?
Thalia's going through the motions. She's got her hand in the dirt. She's got her eyes closed. She's like breathing in and out, but like this is not her thing. I mean, she's like always respected Silenos for his affinity for nature, and but she's never like tried to join him in any of
Mhm.
that, you know, and she's not really feeling it here either. Like,
Fair enough.
but
Um, okay.
she is going through the motions. Like she's
Just going through the
doing.
motions. So I'll say, Thalia, go ahead and I'll give you an insight check, but make it a disadvantage because you're like not into this, maybe even frustrated by it. And it's just not your thing. So make it an insight check at disadvantage. Ouroboros, you're a barbarian. I want you to make me, I'm going to call it an insight check as well, actually. But I'll give you a
Okay.
straight roll.
Okay. Path of the Giant.
I got a 20 insight disadvantage.
20 insight, disadvantage. Understood.
I got
no,
a
no,
26 straight roll.
26. So Ouroboros, as you do this, what you feel in this moment is you don't connect necessarily to like anything in your celestial nature.
Mm-hmm.
In this moment, you try and connect because what's natural for you is probably emotion, and that is what nature must mean to you. You're kind of when you get angry, you become a force of nature, and that is probably where you feel most natural is when you're angry. You focus in on that rage that you keep barely contained within yourself that you utilize to let the power of the blood of the giant to empower you.
Mm-hmm.
And though it is running strong within yourself, you feel for the first time utterly alien with this. That in this land there is no blood of giants. The gods fought many wars against the giants, and giants have been, even in modern times, long across the realms of Greece. And you have fought them and slain them, and you know the blood of giants has been spilt across Greece many times over. But here, giant blood has not been ever spilled, not even yours.
Mm.
And you feel, maybe it's alone, maybe it's on the cutting edge, pioneering almost. It's up to you to decide how that makes you feel. But in this moment, as you feel the land and maybe not like connect with it in a way that you imagine Valerie is, but you try and find some sort of acknowledgement or knowledge or understanding of things. You understand that this is a land that has never known the taint of giant violence, about violence done unto giants all the way around. And that is where your power comes from when you feel that. You, Thalia, are very in tune to your celestial nature. And in this moment, you don't, similar to Ouroboros, there's a void there. You don't feel a deep connection to the celestial, but you are very connected with people. And in this moment, as you feel the ground, you're connected with magic, but people as well. And this is magic all around you. It's druid power. And you feel almost not connecting with nature itself, but you are connecting with emotion, similar to Ouroboros. And you feel almost like through the roots in the ground, maybe. You feel the pulsing of energy from Valerie. And you know in this moment, she's not as connected to nature as perhaps she wishes she was, or usually is, or however. Instead, as she focuses on nature, she's too much of her energy, too much of her focus in her mind has occupied her from it. And it's all focused around you. You feel almost in the dirt, almost like lava flowing underneath the earth, like towards and around you in your seat. You feel this heated, angry energy sort of channeled towards you that's sort of blocking her from connecting with nature properly in this moment. And these are and I will say, as much as you guys are seeking insight, this is a very like in tune with nature moment, as much as you two have ever achieved in your lives. And it comes quite easily here. It's very easy to feel the harmony of nature here and gain something from it. one way or another, whether it's through the emotion of a person nearby or through the blood in your veins.
Do we know?
And that is what you experience. Yeah,
Do we know about Valerie's love of Leonis?
Yeah, that's been told to you two many times.
Oh.
I believe by Alesia.
Okay.
Oh, really? Wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alesia explained the Titans, or excuse me, the Archdruids, and explained that Valerie was very close to Alesia. You explained that, yes, to them, that Leonis and Valerie were romantic and very close.
I'm pretty sure I mentioned that.
Yeah,
he did.
Yeah, Katara confirms
did.
as well. I'm certain of that too. Yeah, so Alesia has definitely mentioned to you that Valerie.
Bitch.
It's definitely been mentioned to you too that Valerie and Leonis had a close relationship.
Like,
okay.
specifically when Alesia was introducing the circles, had mentioned that, close to Leonis, like that Leonis and Valerie had a thing. That's what I wrote down.
She fell for him harder than a rock slide.
And then she was sad because of the death. I think we got that from
taking his
the
death
chat.
really
Hard,
poorly.
Got it.
Okay, so I wouldn't have called her a bitch then. That was my bad. I apologize.
I was like,
Ouroboros, I want your best YouTuber apology right now.
Break up the ukulele.
Guys, I'm so sorry about what I did to you all, but we're gonna keep moving forward. New video next week. Yeah, I guess.
Like, subscribe, comment. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So sorry.
All right. It's fine. Maybe you remember. Maybe Ouroboros in this moment you remember. You're like, oh yeah. Oh fuck. Oh right. She's mourning. Never mind. But anyway, yeah. So, you both have this memory of Alesia going, and then they did it, and you guys are like, oh yeah, right.
Insight. That's what that was.
Yeah, your insight checks pay off in this moment. You're like, oh right. We were told that earlier today.
Okay. Well, now you have some insight into why she don't like you.
Yeah, I kind of would have played that a little differently. My bad.
Yeah.
Oh well, I forgot. It's been a week. Okay, cool. So she is aware. If she's aware, she'd. Yeah, maybe. Never mind. Okay.
Well, we're gonna be where we are.
Yeah, exactly.
Roll back.
You're not gonna go back.
Okay. And yeah, I'll probably keep on doing it until Valerie finishes, I guess.
Atta boy.
Gotta stay in there.
A man of the people. Moving right along.
I was waiting. I was like, how many people are gonna clock that?
My boy.
Never give up, never what?
But she will sort of. She actually stops rather early, maybe only after because anyone's ever tried meditating for the first time, you could do 60 seconds at best before it drives you fucking nuts. You gotta work on that. So you two maybe after 60 seconds of sitting here with those insights are like, you're trying to be in it, but it's hard to. You're not practiced in calming your conscious mind. And she will only after about 2, so about halfway by the time you're done, she'll kind of. That is an example of how it's done.
It's incredible, actually. I felt like I could really feel nature. I've never felt anything like that before. Like I could feel the roots under the ground.
She'll stand and sort of draw her staff from the ground, and she'll say, "Let's continue." And she will walk more into the wood, if you would follow.
Yeah. Ouroboros would say, I just want to say I am very thankful that you shared that part of yourself and your culture and your lands with us. I understand how it must be to uh, be hesitant towards allowing outsiders into what seems like such a pristine place.
Yes. Yes, it's strange. But as I was told, and I find great wisdom in it, there's as we share amongst the different circles, perhaps the world should share amongst themselves at the very least as well.
Very wise.
Can I ask you something, Valerie?
Yes.
Why is it there's not many druids in our world? There's so many here, but I've only ever met one there.
Well, that one's very simple to answer. If there were any druids in your land, your gods would kill them. So Gaia does not extend her gifts largely to those in the material world. So I'm told by the Circle of Stars that there are a fair number of rangers who serve the Slayer, but no great druids. Gaia would not wish to endanger anyone for wrath of her grandchildren.
Well, sorry, it's two druids. She would have said two. Sorry. So she knows two druids, and she'll say that's not entirely true. The two that I've known have been accepted by the gods. Well, at least Leonis, his own gods.
There's a noticeable physical reaction from her as you say his name. She almost like there's almost like a brief she almost stops walking but continues walking. It's very much like she resists a sort of emotional moment. Very clear with your passive insight. And she just kind of stays quiet. Doesn't continue to speak, at least not for a couple seconds. Just continues to walk on. Doesn't look back at any group.
I'll telepathically tell Leonis.
Ouroboros.
Ouroboros, sorry, Ouroboros. I'm not.
Hot guys, they all look alike.
Yeah, for real.
I can't seem to say anything right. Any tips?
I mean, you're talking to the guy that pisses off just about everybody we meet. So, I mean, well, I mean, if there's one thing you two can align yourselves on, I mean, you both love the guy.
I don't understand why she's so angry, because she must know I'm hurting too, and I'm mourning as well. I mean, if anything, she knows exactly how I feel, and I her.
Well, maybe she doesn't know how much you and him loved each other.
Perhaps she's just jealous.
Thalia, you can't go acting that way to a new person.
Maybe she's just jealous.
You
She's
do
obviously
know her
jealous of what you
mom
had.
is, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
That's true.
I would say kindness and understanding is the way to move forward, Thalia.
Charisma, uniqueness,
Well, I just guess part of me is indignant towards her
Mm.
behavior. If anything, I would really like to get to know her and get to know what must be an incredible woman that Leonis would fall in love with.
Yeah.
Perhaps even seek solace in such an individual, but
Yeah.
she chooses hate over love, and I don't have much patience for that.
I understand. Keep in mind, like, the love that they have here, it has no influence from Eros. It's just two individuals that decide they love each other. And we don't know how different that could be to what we're used to.
What are you trying to say? That it's a more pure love?
You get feelings of like, I sense I have fucked up yet again. Um, followed by, no, I'm not. I'm not saying it's more pure, but maybe her and him shared a sizable portion of each other's hearts that was not ordained by any god. Not to say that Leonis did not have probably a majority of his love in his heart for you.
Well, I consider myself fortunate to be blessed by the gods and fated to such a love. I mean, choice is, it's just another way.
You're right.
You do give good advice. I'll be kind and patient, even though she's not.
Sometimes you gotta turn the other cheek. That's
That's
coming from the guy
crazy.
that
I'm gonna
gets
write
beat up
that.
a lot.
That's crazy. I gotta write that in a book. I'm gonna write that in a book, and everyone's gonna love it. Turn the other cheek.
Yeah, Jesus. I mean, Ouroboros really had some good advice that day.
Dionysus in the bush right there. He's like, "Oh, this is gonna be great for this
I
next
love
thing I'm
that the
doing."
run-in joke is that Dionysus is gonna be
Yeah, he's
the
Jesus.
Christian Jesus. Oh my god.
Yeah.
This has been long running. Yeah.
At a certain point, she will stop you both and will kind of sort of like kneel down into the brush and sort of ask you to follow. And you will see, just sort of point, and you guys will see sort of maybe like a jaguar, sort of low, moving close to a number of deer. You see that there's young amongst that. There's maybe like a buck and a doe and two young. Or sorry, one young. And Panther moves slow and close. He says, "Well, let's call this a test. What is it my responsibility to do in this moment, did you think? As an
Nothing.
archdruid of the land,
Nothing.
that I should do nothing?
Mhm.
And why?"
To let nature run its course and find a natural balance.
Sometimes, yes. In this instance, yes. But it's not always this way. For example, this wood might have too many predator. Might have too many prey. In this moment, it might be wise to let the prey live, so that more deer can flourish, so that the circle continues. But I am the druid of the land. I'm not the druid of the shepherds. My responsibility is the grass, the trees, the air, the water. But yes, you will meet. And in that moment, you see the panther sort of like move through the woods. And they'll take off at a start, and the panther falls on the child deer and bites into it and claims a meal for itself.
Damn.
And Valerie watches with eyes unclouded as that happens, and she will sort of move past both of you and away from the scene and kind of stand upright again. And she
Thalia
will.
gasps, by the way. Like when the panther attacks, she'll audibly gasp. Maybe a bit like involuntarily, if that makes
Got
sense.
it. You'll gasp, and then the scene will happen. And we'll say, like, instead, if you gasp, she will not move away. She'll like watch, and from the periphery of her eye, you can see that she's unflinching, maybe even callous, one might say. And she kind of turns back and looks you in the eye for the first time, Valerie, and she says, "I thought you were a warrior. You seem to have not seen much bloodshed."
Well, I mean, we've seen plenty. It's just a bit startling when you see it was a kid, right? Like a child?
It was a baby. It was a baby deer.
Right. Okay. Yeah, so it's just different for us to not act when there are those in need. And then I'll kind of look over at Thalia because I know that she got irked by that fucking statement. And I'll just kind of give like a little sly like wink, and then I'll just keep my attention on Valerie.
She'll kind of have noted the exchange and will look back and see the panther has pulled its prey away into the brush far away, and she'll sort of stand up high and she'll say, "Maybe you can explain something to me. I've been led to believe that you're all supposed to be the best warriors of your world, but you flinch at the sight of death, even unjust death. You've not seen much of it. I was told the war was supposed to be quite brutal."
I look at Thalia like, do you want to tell her some shit, or should I tell her some shit?
I see more death than I care to admit. And even between my first battle and my latest battle, I still don't take life lightly. And to see it snuffed out is, it pains me to see, especially as Ouroboros mentioned, the young, the innocent. I don't think I'll ever get used to it.
And the friends.
And the friends.
My friend Kiros was slaughtered by those that followed the Titans. Disintegrated. Nothing left.
You have my condolences, Ouroboros.
And then soon after, the Time Lord unraveled Leonis before our very eyes in the same battle.
You doubly have my condolences. You see, like, it is barely contained, like big, angry, loud emotion. Like you see, like the lip quivering, like the eyes glassy, and it's not, and it's that sort of like angry sadness.
Yeah.
But it's like she's good at, you can tell she's doing her best and does a good job at it, but it is very much like when, now that you're seeing her from the front, it's very much, when she goes quiet, it's her like getting control of her emotions before she speaks again. But you say that, she kind of looks away from both of you.
And when she turns away, I'll say, and just so you're aware, Thalia and everyone tried to do everything that we possibly could, but the Time Lord's power was too great. He slowed down his unraveling back to his time, we believe, but it just wasn't enough. Thalia wept that day.
Why should we trust you to defend our lands and keep our secrets if you couldn't? If so many lives have died to you, so many people you claim to love. Looks at Thalia. I was told that you had some of the most powerful magics in all of the mortal world, and yet you could do nothing. Nothing at all.
You're right, it wasn't enough, and it'll never be enough until we all come together against the Titans, including Leonis's contribution.
Leonis should never have been put in that position. I was there. Nothing touched him.
And how do you propose to take on the Time Lord, Kronos? There's nothing you could have done either.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps there was nothing I could have done in that position. Perhaps I was not as strong as you and your allies, but the archdruids were not as powerful or to be trusted enough to do what you were entrusted to do, but he entrusted you. And now he's dead. So clearly he made the wrong choice.
Valerie, if I may, if you loved Leonis just as much as all of the Demithots did, and especially Thalia, then you know that that was the kind of person that he was. The kind to always stand in front of his friends, to take the brunt, to save those that he loves. His sacrifice was an act of love.
I don't want his love. His love is useless. I have lived fine in these lands. All have lived fine in these lands, and ever since he's come, he's brought nothing but pain. And then he dies. And then I have to look at all of you who have failed. And I'm supposed to support all of you because he made me give him his word. Nothing about your world that has come here has been fair or good or easy. It has been just pain, and I don't want it. If I could give it to you, I would give it back. You loved him, looks at you, Thalia. He says, he spoke with you like you were... I would give this love back to you that you claim to hold so fiercely. I don't want it. I don't understand it. It shatters my chest every morning, every night. I don't want it.
Then you're a coward.
Oh boy. Oh boy, we're gonna go to a break. Shit's gonna happen
Oh,
now.
Alesia should have been there.
Oh,
Alesia should have been there.
Ouroboros
should
is
have been there.
refereeing.
Oh,
I'm,
no,
I'm
bro.
refereeing.
Trouble
Alesia should
coming.
have been there.
Trouble
Oh
coming.
no, bro.
I should have been there. Oh my god.
Back up.
Everyone back up.
Oh no.
This is gonna be Ouroboros' biggest test of strength.
Why is there nuclear alarms going on?
I should have been there. Oh my god. Oh
What are
no.
those sirens?
What?
I'm in
It'll
danger.
be fine. It'll be
in danger.
fine.
I'm mad at myself for missing out on this now.
It's all good. You weren't invited.
But am I wrong? She wants to give up her love? Ugh. There is no great.
I had something to say too, so we might be
That's how you turn out like
double
me.
teaming this.
Oh, you guys are gonna double team her now? Wow.
Oh no, you're supposed to win
Right,
the
left,
war,
right,
not
left.
fight them.
Look, if we kill her, we got one less person to convince.
I don't think that's how that works.
Oh no.
Who just so happens to be the one most fiercely on our side.
Oh gods. Oh no. Oh no. Oh
Gods
no.
indeed.
Oh, we're doomed. I can't wait to see how badly this is gonna go.
Never doubt Thalia. She's got 1,000,010 rolls.
I know, but it's like, like, and I know it's like it's. I wish I was there to see it.
Things usually work out in our favor.
Yeah, they usually do, but it's like I'm just kind of like shocked by it.
Oh yeah, yeah. I
It's not
stopped
the
getting
favor of the
shocked by
gods,
it
it's all
after a
good.
while.
Like,
Stop getting shocked by.
Yeah, I don't get shocked by it anymore.
Oh,
I mean,
look at the. Oh wow, Silenos looks really different.
Benny, what are you doing? Are you gonna play some D&D, buddy? Benny.
You know.
Oh, are you gonna play some D&D, buddy?
What do you think of
it's
this
Silenos
Silenos
RPG
has become a druid.
Yes, I don't
took a
know.
while. Yeah, I got. So I am.
Oh, there he is. Nice.
Calling potential ally a coward. Interesting strategy. God, we'll see how it pays off.
Hey, man, it just might.
Who knows?
All right.
Maybe this is just what they need. Who knows?
Who knows? Let's freaking do this, because I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty excited. So I'm not gonna go to initiative specifically, I don't think, as I don't know if that's really the tone of what's about to happen, but nonetheless, you Thalia, look her in the face and you say, well, you're a coward. And she turns around and looks at you and has got to let out the most primal, angry, like grief, fury scream, and brings her hand forward, like point blank, and she summons the burning light of the sun from her hand and blasts you with it as she casts Sunbeam.
Can I stand in the middle of them, please?
Not in that moment, but you can make a con save, Thalia.
Can I cast counterspell, please?
Ooh.
Sure, make me a charisma check.
I love seeing two mages fight.
19.
19. She brings that there. She screams and this beam begins to burn your eyes, but you quickly bring your hand up reactively, and it cuts through the beam of light and cancels it. And she sort of looks at her hands, a little shocked, as she has never witnessed a counterspell before. That's crazy. And she's momentarily just like stunned by the display of magic that you put forth, Thalia. Do you want to do something as an action or on your turn?
Yeah, she'll say, sorry. How dare you renounce your love of Leonis so quickly? That's it. That's all she says.
You say, "How dare you renounce your love so quickly?" And uh, she'll just like throw her staff aside, and she'll wild shape, and she's going to become a huge reptilian beast with 4 legs, a bone shield, and massive horns sticking from its head, and will
Oh shit.
down into your face as she becomes a triceratops.
Oh shit.
You have an action. Or
Um,
actually, you know what she does? She like steps back from you angrily and then kind of pulls the dirt behind her and very much lines up to charge you. What are you doing?
Fuck, man. What am I doing during this, bruh?
Whatever you want, bro.
Can I catch the triceratops?
Yeah, you want to try and jump between Thalia and the triceratops and catch her?
Yeah, I want to grab the horns.
You're gonna grab the bull by the horns, huh?
Yeah.
All right, you jump between the triceratops charges. You being a large creature and it being a huge creature, you're just gonna be the one who catches it, my friend. Not so much as catches it, but just takes the damage. As it runs in and it is going to attempt to gore you, make a strength saving throw.
Okay. Strength save. That'll be 24.
24. I'll tell you what. Between the succeeding strength save and the failing attack roll, you interpose yourself and you like manage to get around the front horn and grab onto the shield of it and get pushed back like 5 feet towards
Hell
Thalia.
yeah.
But you do get in the way and stop the charge of the triceratops, the angry triceratops at Thalia.
That's what I do best.
And it roars in just like a feral fucking rage.
Yeah, and I'll just be like yelling out like, calm down, calm down.
It's funny to hear when we can't see you. You're like
I know, you can only imagine like how crazy I just looked just now.
Being an archdruid, she will let's see here. What are we gonna do? The triceratops roars and stomps its foot on the ground, and as it does so, streams of fire are going to flash forth from the ground. As she's going to cast a spell through wild shape. She's going to cast what's she going to cast? And it's going to be right behind. Oh, she's going to cast Wall of Fire behind you, Ouroboros, and it's just going to surround Thalia. I will need a dex save, Thalia.
oh boy. 17.
A 17 will not save against the power of the Archdruid. You are going to take... Sure. You're going to take 28 fire damage as the fire begins to engulf and inflame you. Anything the two of you want to do? As this triceratops rages within your arm, Ouroboros.
Do I know Wall of Fire to be a concentration spell?
Make an Arcana check.
Okay. One moment. Haha, 17 minus 1, 16.
16? Yeah, I'll give it to you. You don't have to be concentration.
Okay. Yeah. Can I mighty impel the Triceratops?
I'm
That
going to
might be a
say
little
no.
big.
It is a huge creature, and you're a medium one.
Okay. I think I will go for a I'll go for a punch in the ribs.
All right, make me an attack roll.
You got it. Uh, 18 to hit.
18 will hit a Triceratops.
Okay. That'll be 14 damage.
You punch it in the ribs. It will take the 14 damage. The wall of fire will. Well, actually, let me look at her saving throw on that. Yeah, the wall of fire will simmer out in that moment.
And
You're still continue punching?
no, I'll be like, please cease this fighting. You are an
Please stop.
archdruid. Carry yourself as such.
Ooh, make me a persuasion check.
You
Or
got
an intimidation check, your choice.
it. I'll do persuasion. How's a 16 do?
You say this, and she'll sort of calm, sort of wriggle her nose out from under your arm and sort of step back and will lose the shape and return down to Valerie size. And she'll
Nice.
pull the staff out of the ground. She'll say, "You're right. I am an archdruid of the land, and this is unworthy of my position. But I am the archdruid of the land, and I have the power to make your war not happen." And she'll walk past you.
I'll kind of look over at Thalia, like, come on. And I think he'll just like shake his head. And is Valerie like walking back to where she led us from?
It looks like it.
Okay, then we'll follow behind, or I'll follow behind.
Okay, you can follow her behind. It'll be a little bit of a walk.
That fire follows as well.
Okay, you guys just follow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'll
You'll.
I don't even know if it's my place at this fucking point. I'll let the two parties handle it.
Okay.
I'm a third wheel my way out.
Thalia, you get the sense in this moment that Ouroboros will not be helping in this conflict any longer. Is there anything that you want to do on this walk, or you just follow back?
Yeah, Gaia will say that just say, you know, you're fortunate to have known him the way that you did.
Stop. Enough. I am not fortunate to know him the way I have. continue to walk.
The reason you hurt so badly is because you loved him so deeply. So how can you say that now?
Because I hurt so badly now. And am considering, or had been considering, inviting strangers to destroy the world that I protected my entire life. Because of it. This love that you respect so much, it makes no sense. It asks me to destroy everything that I care about in these lands. And it brings me nothing but pain. Why would I want it? Where people are strange and foolish to follow such wild desires. They don't serve anything.
Of course it does. That's why we live, is for the love of one another. And there's all types of love, and I think what you experienced is one of the most powerful types. And this is a risk that we take when we get to have such a beautiful and special experience.
From what I can tell, it is not worth it.
Maybe you know this, but I have a small hope that he's maybe just gone and not dead. See, he wasn't from this time, and I hope that he continues on in his time with his family. It makes it easier. And I thought it might bring you some comfort. I hope it still does.
Make me a persuasion check. I think in my mind, what I imagine goes through Thalia's mind when I ask her for a persuasion check, I imagine all that goes through her head is, yes, I've won. Before she's even rolled.
No, not necessarily. I get a 23.
She says, she doesn't say much of anything. You get the sense that she's very much a woman who has a lot of hurt and a lot of pain, and she doesn't know how to deal with it. For all the wisdom and years she has as an archdruid, no one prepared her for love and its pain. Not the way that you all experience it. And she doesn't know how to handle it. She's battling with love and hate, and she loved Leonis, but she hates him for making him hurt so much, and she doesn't know if she hates him or loves him. If he arrives, she wouldn't want to kill him or hug him, or she's utterly buffeted by emotion, has no idea how to handle it. If it'll go away, if it gets worse. You understand this in this moment, Valerie. She seems to not retort anymore and make these sort of petty remarks about, like, I hate him and she doesn't hear, blah, blah, blah. But you get the sense that these aren't remarks out of pettiness or spite. They're out of a genuine lack of knowledge of how to handle it. She does not know. She loved fiercely, and now she's suffering for it. No one told her about that. We'll peel away from that for a moment as the walk continues generally quiet. As maybe she considers your words. Maybe she simply doesn't shoot back, at least. But we're going to peel away to Gyasi, who we haven't heard from in a while. So Gyasi, you're, flying through space at top speed. You feel the power of the fly go out, and you start falling out of the sky towards the trees. Maybe an acrobatics check. Sort of catch yourself.
You 10 and 11 is 21.
21. Your mind may not be as it once was, but your cat-like reflexes have not changed. You fall through the initial canopy, and there's just a brief instance of a branch nearby. Your hands stretch out immediately without you even thinking about it, grasping onto them, and you swing yourself off of it and start Tarzaning through the trees. You want to continue your journey towards the tree?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. You jump through the trees. We have a full Tarzan cutscene where there's birds flying off trees and monkeys start swinging with you, and it's a crazy scene. It's great. But the point is that you move at lightning speed as you continue to do. You move with acrobatic finesse and perfection as you go from branch to branch and climb up a tree and jump off of it to get to another branch, and you move remarkably fast and swiftly through the trees. You're completely unaware of what's going on around you, just in this sort of hyper focus as you move forward towards this tree. Yes, you're just tunnel visioned. That's all you care about. Danger is barely prevalent as you travel. Nothing befalls you upon your journey. And eventually you'll swing out, do a couple flips because you're cool, and land on all fours because you're a cat. And you'll find yourself in a somewhat familiar place. Where are you? We'll see if Tailspire wants to agree with me. Oh, come on. Fuck yeah, it works with me. Okay, let me do a little screen share. Just gonna do a little environmental change here. So it looks a little more dark and spooky than I need it to.
You okay? You okay, Colin? Okay, just checking. You look like you had eaten the world's hottest wing and were just dying.
Surely the Slayer is not taken down by a hot wing.
My weakness, chicken.
That is fucking hilarious, dude.
I don't know. You've watched Hot Ones. I'm thinking the stuff at the top end of that interview scale is probably right on close to lethal.
But so delicious. Yeah. They look so good.
But so delicious. Gyasi, you land. And you find yourself at the base of the mother tree, this place. But in your vision, you're very tunnel vision, but you see a number of things at the base of this tree. Off to the side, there's a couple of huts which don't interest you very much, but you see this magnificent tree. It's not exactly where you need to be. It's not exactly where you saw before on the tree. But as you stand here, you see that there are a number of druids on this path where I've not placed marker-wise. But they all see you, and they seem to not mind your appearance here. In fact, they kind of get out of your way. You continue your approach towards the base of the tree up ahead?
Absolutely.
You continue your approach. You're surrounded by many different skulls of different creatures. Bears, elks, wolves, all kinds of strange totems. And you see a much larger one of, not dissimilar to a figure you've seen before in your mind, in the terrors of your dream where you were battling a dragon in Kalagamoth even. You see a skeleton of a similar being. sat at the base of the tree. And you feel a resonant consciousness here. You feel it beginning to pervade your mind. Do you allow it to do so?
I don't see why not. I
You
did come
hear
all
within
this
your
way.
mind.
It would be rude
Yeah,
not to.
it'd be rude not to. You come all this way. You hear within your mind. I'm most welcome here. Sit and stare into my eye.
Okay.
Welcome. You sit, you stare into the blue sheen of the eye, and you follow yourself drawn in. And in that moment, you see a branch sort of almost falling down from the topmost bough. And it looks identical to the one that you had seen before. And it sort of outstretches before you, and you hear the voice in your mind say, "This is the gift. Go to him and learn of what you can be, to become more than what you were."
Reach out and grab for the branch.
Grab the branch. Everything falls to quiet. You don't pass out or anything. Everything just seems to fall to quiet. The light within the corpse, the skeletal corpse, fades. And you see in massive, massive letters, easily read by you. You see scrawled onto the tree, as if an invisible force actually carves onto the tree a set of tenets. You feel that presence that you felt before, and it welcomes you, much like a mother welcoming you home. And it wonders to you, have you come to learn of freedom?
I have, but not only for myself.
It understands. And it wonders to you if preserving life and light is what you wish for.
That is the worthy endeavor that gods and monsters have forgotten, if they ever cared at all.
As you mentioned gods and monsters, it wonders to you if all things were created by nature, if all things stemmed from Gaia herself, is their fury, their temper, their power, their wars, are these things wrong and unnatural? That perhaps maybe it is not they that needs to be destroyed, but maybe simply that each needs their own place to be, their own territory, habitat, place in the world. Which it would ask if you think there's merit to this idea.
I am most intimately familiar with the sea and the animals that make their environs there and along the shore, and each seems to have their own particular place. Whether it's one of the great sharks or one of the smallest crabs. Each has a purpose and a place. If the gods and titans are extensions of that same pattern, then yes, they deserve a place, but they also need to accept that that place changes, as everything does. Their time in the sun must fade, and something new needs to grow in that place. We have heard the history of gods and titans before, and through the action and will of Kronos, it's come again. And I think the time for them to pass into sunset has come. I think it was meet for a time for them to hold the reins and sway over a great many things. And they did a laudable job, by and large, of putting in place the patterns that needed to be. The coming and going of the sun, the rising of the tide, men and their will and direction. But as with many things, as I live through this struggle, if nothing changes, it will repeat again with the same calamitous cost. And perhaps there won't be as much luck. And the hubris of destruction will supersede the joy of creation.
You get the sense the entity that you feel pervading your mind, this motherly force that feels so warm and recognizable to you, it is delighted in hearing you speak. It is heard a wisdom from you did not expect in this time. And despite the defeat you feel within your mind and the scarcity of confidence, it thinks you have a firm grasp on the world and would wish to work with you, would wish to help you find not a purpose, but a method of exacting that purpose that can help you get what you want and help the world the way you need to help it. And so it offers you two choices. You see that the words are finished scrolling on the tree and have finished quite a while ago. The first one is wrote. It says, Oath of the Ancients above. You feel, as you read those words, you feel the word ancient deep within your heart, and you know that this is perhaps somehow this entity relays to you through emotion and feeling that this is the first paladin oath. That when there were none, when the world needed mortals to rise and to exact good cause upon the world and needed the power to do that amongst the likes of titans and gods and monsters, this tenant was brought forth so that mortals could hold that power. It inspires and asks of you 4 tenets. To kindle the light, that through your acts of mercy, kindness, and forgiveness, to kindle the light of hope in the world, and beat back despair. To shelter the light, where there is good, beauty, love, and laughter in the world, stand against the wicked that would swallow it. Where life flourishes, stand against the forces that would render it barren. To preserve your own light, to delight in song and laughter and beauty and art, and if you allow the light in you to die in your heart, you cannot preserve it in the world. And lastly, to be the light, to be glorious beacon for all who live in despair, to let the light of your joy and your courage shine forth through all your deeds. This is one of the choices it would offer you. It would offer you another. As you have spoken of gods and monsters, and how each thing needs its own place, how no matter how violent or how passive, there's a place for each thing in the world. But much like civilization, sometimes roads are built upon weaker roads, and things need to grow, and the old needs to make way for the new. And it is a difficult path to walk, but a new oath is presented to you, one that has never been sworn before in all of creation, an oath that perhaps was designed for you. The oath of the Watcher. For so long have the Titans and the gods waged war, and monsters have threatened the lives of mortal folk in cities and gone untamed. Perhaps now there needs to be those who will stand against the tide and will ensure everything has its place, much like the druids ensure that there is enough predators and prey over here, and that life flourishes over here, and the water runs thick over here to keep things alive and well and prosperous. And much like that, those beings from the outer realms must be put in their place, similar to the beasts in the forests, and offers you the oath of the Watchers. And it asks of you only 3 tenets: to be vigilant, and that the threats you face are cunning, powerful, and subversive, and to be ever alert to their corruption. To have loyalty, to never accept gifts or favors from fiends or those who truck with them, and to stay true to your order, your comrades, and to your duty. And lastly, to have discipline. To know that you are a shield against the endless terrors that lie beyond the stars and across the plains, and that your blade must forever be sharp and your mind keen to survive what lies beyond. There is, of course, a third choice. Turn back. Stay with vengeance. Find might in the destruction of things rather than the preservation of it. But this entity would ask you find a kinder way for you. For if the blade is not sharp, it cannot cut. And every blade needs its whetstone. And perhaps yours might be an oath that suits you. As a paladin, it would wonder if you need a more kinder patron. If you would work with it to better all the worlds and all the planes, and that you may choose how you would forge forth into that partnership. What do you do, Gyasi, in these moments, as you look at the scrawled texts across the great tree and the path behind you?
I have seen what lies on the path of vengeance, and it is madness. I am lost if I stay. As with any sailing ship, the direction is forward. Of these 2 tenants, I don't feel I capture the light and the joy of the ancients. I have seen too much and done too much. But someone needs to stand and say this far and no further. I would choose the path of the Watcher. To speak the truth to both God and monster, to make sure that they know there are limits which they should not transgress.
The entity would ask you 3 things. Will you be vigilant?
Yes.
Will you be loyal?
Until my dying breath.
And will you have discipline against the threats that we face?
That's the only way to get to that better place, is to set a goal and see it done.
Then with that, this entity, though it sleeps, though it is a great resting creature, an entity beyond comprehension, it sees you, and it invests you with the powers of Watcher. Much like you have said, the new must pave the way above the old. And though the Oath of the Ancients is the oldest, the Oath of the Watcher is the newest, and you shall be Gaia's champion on the mortal plane, and go forth to set rights where gods and titans dwell. And we will pull away from you, Gyasi, as you have sworn this oath, and perhaps alleviated your soul of the crushing weight of vengeance. But we will return to you. And take inspiration, because that was great. That was all great. That was all fantastic.
Thank you.
Amazing. Yeah, amazing. Okay, so we will come back to the village, where I will say, Silenos, you have spoken with the monk for a great while about the philosophies of things, and he has made it apparent to you that he can break you down and build you back up in the image of Nyx. And when you are ready for that, return to him. But to think, and then return to him. Because there is much he could teach, and he sees much that you have that could go beyond even what he knows. So with that, perhaps you return. At that point, Valerie will return with Thalia and Ouroboros. And most of the party, minus Gyasi, will unite in the Hollow, which I will not go to on Tailspire because it decides not to work today. Thanks, my time. But the party regathers, and Alesia, you with your high passive insight, you see like the burning of Valerie's cheeks. She's sort of glassy-eyed, and there's like a shaky anger to her. Whatever experience she had with Thalia and Ouroboros, it was one that caused her great pain.
Great pain.
As they all great pain, emotional pain. As they re-enter the village.
Like I see this, like I don't know, I'm eating an apple or something. I see this and I'm like, oh. I pull the two demigods aside,
Well,
and I
she
ask,
will approach you, Alesia, and she'll say, "Take your guests. I will see you at the meeting, Archdruid." She'll tear away, and she'll tap her staff rather firmly into the ground. The tree will sort of pull itself open with violence as Valerie steps through it, and you feel nature almost rumble with her fury as she disappears into the tree.
is she gone?
She is gone.
I look to Ouroboros and Thalia and ask them, what the fuck did you do?
She
got
got
on
a
us.
little upset by someone's choice of words.
Someone's, and what words?
It's a love matter, I assure you.
Oh,
Ew!
Oh, God. Like,
Gross!
this is one matter. Like, she's not like, this is like, that's one part of her job that Alesia does not enjoy right now. That's like a little messy for her. But like, what happened? like I pull them aside in detail. What happened?
I don't quite think it's any of your business.
We need her on our side to get the archdruids to help us. What did you tell her? What did you say to her?
Well, it's a personal matter, and she's mourning, and I think she's just gonna need some time, but she'll come around.
We may not have time. Oh, the meeting, the council meets today.
I think, if anything, that we have opened her eyes about the feelings that seemingly you just can't get here.
Like, what? This is about Leonos. Like, but
Leonis.
Leonis, look, it's been difficult for her ever since he came here and he had to leave and reports of his death came.
And do you not think that it has been difficult for us as well?
I am sure it's been difficult, but clearly you're bearing it better than she is. Ryan, could you help me explain like how love works in the lands of Gaia?
Yeah, so Alesia will go on to just give you a rundown of how that works. And I believe I explained it last session, but as a recap, here love is intentionally performed, much like someone might perform a medical procedure in a way, where, like magically though, of course, where two people, everyone likes each other around here. Like everyone can like each other and love each other in that sort of platonic way. But when two people who love each other in a platonic way, they decide that they would be good mates and that they would get along for a long time, and they decide that it would be a good idea to spend their lives together, and they decide to go on a date, basically. Rather than go on a date, and as they've already established a rapport, they will go to one of the druids or one of the fae, and then they will request to fall in love, and then that druid or that fae will mediate that process and begin to instill enchantment spells, charms, and whatnot. They'll begin to simulate the feelings of love until they grow, and then they can be sort of allowed to flourish naturally once they've been properly established. And if there ever comes a time where that needs to end, they can be very carefully drawn away from that through the power of natural magic, so that it's not a deeply painful, like slashing process. So what you learn from Alesia is that love is a very intentional magical procedure here in the lands of Gaia. And they just have no experience with your profane, like divine, like passionate love. That's just not like this unexpected wild card love just doesn't exist here.
So so clearly love does not work the same way your world, the way it works here.
I think it works quite the same. I mean, it's all magic at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yes, but the shape it takes is very different. There's a difference between let's say a march of beasts walking along a field guided by a shepherd, and a stampede. They are technically the same thing, but they are both very different in execution.
Alesia. I assure you that that our love, while being very different to the way that you all handle it. It has infected or bewildered at least one of you at this point. She is experiencing those emotions. And while what Thalia said was both true, too true, I think, what was her name again?
At least
Valerie.
Valerie.
Nah, the Valerie. Okay. And while the pain of love can sometimes be worse, well, it's much worse than the feeling of being in it. She will come to know why it is so important. And if the druids do not help us on our quest, then that feeling, for all the good it can have, and all the bad, may never be felt again. Because I can tell you from experience, once you feel it once, you long for it again.
Is it always like this is this how love usually looks like in your world all the time? Like
Well,
that?
there's bad ones and good ones.
Oh. Oh no.
But rest assured,
Mm.
we'll take care of ourselves.
Will Valerie be okay?
Of course. I mean, Thalia is the expert on that love stuff, but
Stop.
Well, Alesia looks at Thalia. Will she be good? Good in time? Truly?
Hopefully in time, but I have seen heartbreak so terrible that one never recovers. It's a choice. You have to choose to move forward.
Love is much easier here. So, and I give them an update. Katara and I tried to help Gyasi out, but he just went off on his own, which is never great here for demigods. I'm a bit worried about him, but we lost track of him.
Lost track of Gyasi. He's not in his right.
Silenos comes in.
Oh, good to know you've returned.
Question, Ryan.
Yeah.
After I was finished talking with that monk, would I have been able to have tried to get like a little bit of that like paint that was under his eyes, or like some kind of like marking from him, just that I had spoke with him?
If you would ask for him,
I would have asked for like a marking from him.
What do you have to do? He punches you in the face.
Yeah.
He what did he do? Huh.
Puts the paint on his fist and then he punches you in the face.
Sweet. Use like a little hide cloth, and I would offer it for him to put around his eyes.
What's funny is that if you ask like, oh, can I get some of that cool paint on your cheeks? You'd be like, sure, and then he'd grab your face and try and like poke out your eyeballs and stuff. No, I'm kidding. He doesn't do that. But he would be like, this is not paint. That's blood from when I gorged my own eyes. Like, nice. But he will. I'll tell you what. He will sort of like take some of the blood from the wounds you caused him, and he will sort of like mark your cheeks as such. And he'll be like, that shall be my mark. Cool.
Yeah. And then I'll just run off and I'll appear back. Oh, hello, everyone. Thalia looking a little crispy.
How to talk to women 101.
Crispy. What do you mean crispy?
Firewall.
Oh,
She firewall.
I,
You got like 20 damage.
yeah.
Yeah, your dead ends are all gone.
I'll promptly cast heal and fix my face.
Jesus. You cast heal.
I gotta look good, yeah.
The definition of overkill, you're like, oh, I have split ends, or oh, I have a bit of a sunburn. 70 points of healing, and you are more than recovered. You are sparkling.
Nice.
Perfect.
Ryan,
Yes.
as we sort of came back and Alesia skittered off, seeing, the chaos and is having all these chats, can I just wander to like a grove? I just want to try something.
Man, they got groves on groves out here.
Yeah,
you can
I'm
do that.
I'm gonna try to find a spot that's like semi secluded. Like I don't want to like intrude on someone's space, but I'm just trying to find something that looks a little untouched.
Dude, get your own grove. I'm
yeah,
in here, man.
okay, I'll go this way. Try to find my own campsite, okay?
Get your own grove, bro. Yeah, you head over, no problem.
Okay. I have a thought. I know this isn't quite how this works, but I have an idea.
All right. Go.
So I think in understanding that we're supposed to, go and have these conversations, and we're, faced with some people that, not sure how to appease, or what kind of guidance. Like, I think she would like to, one, try to connect with the nature that's here.
Okay.
And lean in with it in the sense of using the abilities at, like, the oracle site that she has. So she wants to try to kind of fuse, I know this isn't quite how this works, but she wants to commune with nature and also at the same time use divination to sort of see if there's a path that, reveals itself of like, there might be luck on this path. Like you might learn something on the way, like to the meeting, something that'll either she'll learn something.
Go ahead.
But she's trying to find the path in the crossroads. So she's trying to lean into the, the aspect of Hecate and, looking for, what's a good path, and appealing to Gaia to see if she'll show her the way.
Okay.
Very complicated.
You want to use commune with nature. No, it's all good. You want to use commune with nature, and you want to use the power of prophecy and your connection, your ritual that connects you to nature, to divine a path.
No.
Okay. So, which of your oracle powers are you utilizing?
Divination is the one I was thinking of. It's instantaneous and it's not concentration, I don't think. Well, let me actually
Got it.
Let me open that up because it just says oracle in brackets.
All right.
Divination.
Divination, no breathing.
Divination.
It's not.
It just says it's a ritual, and I can do it at will. So I'll do that, and it's not concentration. So I'll concentrate on the commune and use the divine, the divination.
Got it. Okay. You sit down, you conduct this ritual. You conduct the ritual of, speak with nature, but you also tap into your oracle powers and you try and transfer your power of prophecy through nature. And to your benefit and to your excitement, your powers of divination work. Apollo is not here. No god of prophecy looks upon you in this moment, but it floods into you with a little bit more. It's a little more wild, a little more chaotic. Like it's not as channeled as it is when it comes from Apollo as it does normally. And you do it through the essence of nature too, and you try and tap into as much prophetic and knowledgeable power as you can. What would you ask the divination spell?
Single question concerning specific goal, event, or activity. Hang on. Okay. Is there a path, a specific path, that we should take that would reveal something new, help us in our quest?
The path you should take to reveal something new in your quest. It comes back as you're doing the divination, you're trying to connect that prophetic power. The power tells you that the answer will come. That essentially things have been put into play that cannot be stopped. And that the prophecies are perhaps on your side. And another voice sort of intrudes on that, not a prophetic one, but one through nature itself. It tells you that the key is on its way.
Is the key a person?
Your powers of divination tell you no. But the powers of nature make you feel a feeling of safeness, of protection, like when you're in a dire moment and a friend is by your side. One that you can rely on to save your life.
Is there anyone at the gathering that has a nefarious agenda that we should be cautious of?
The fates tell you, yes, that there is, that it will not, no matter what you do, no matter how hard you try, no matter what is presented, the council will not be unanimous.
So I'm going to dig back into that question, just make sure if it's is anyone seeking to aid Kronos? Or is it simply their belief that this is the best way?
Both.
Okay, great, Kronos. Okay, shit.
Or actually, I think it would be more You say
Like when I said nefarious, it was like it's not like a sense of protection. They're trying.
So
to
you're
do
asking,
some
is there
harm.
anyone on the council in league with Kronos, basically? Yeah,
Yeah.
you gotta know. You gotta know.
Okay, great.
Nobody on the council's in league with Kronos. Is there anything else?
Is there anything else you'd like to show me? And I'll just leave it open. Is there anything else that she should try to learn while she's here? Just It's her fifth question.
You feel, through the powers of divination, you feel that you feel through the power of your nature ritual, you feel all the things in nature, but especially that you feel below the surface. You feel all of the little carcasses of tiny field mouses who died, the foxes that have died, there's the large amount of prey creatures that have been devoured, the trees that have fallen and disintegrated, and you feel all of that death providing life. And as you focus in on the death of nature and that how it helps keep nature alive in that great cycle, you sense that there is one on the council of archdruids that you alone will have particular sway with because of your own connection with death.
Awesome.
Oh, sweet.
So cool. I feel like she comes out of the woods and she's just like, there's so much death here. It's wonderful.
Yes, there's death as well as life, Alesia says. She looks at the others. Is she always like this?
Every day. Every single hour of every minute. It's gotten worse, actually.
I see. Well, hoping for the best here.
I think it'll all work out.
Would you?
That's what they've told me.
Would you all want to either find? We can trust Gyasi. Does Gyasi run off like this usually? They'll fly off technically, but hey.
Less, but still often.
Does he usually come back?
Mostly.
He's like a cat that always comes home.
I think we need to proceed with how we intended.
Do you usually?
It'll all work out.
Does he usually come back after you go?
Honestly,
Gyasi across the plains, you hear. Nah, I'm kidding.
If you leave food out, he'll come back.
Oh, I'll be sure. What is he like?
Ale, I think.
All right, I'll leave a mug of ale out for him.
I love that.
Okay. What is? All right. Do you want to try? Okay. Since we've spoken, well, you have spoken with the Valerie, and that went about how it went. I suppose you're going to want to perhaps ask Maeve and check in her and see if she has any advice. At least she would know where the other archdruids would be.
I mean, I think they said that they would be at the mother tree.
Do you wish to go there now?
I mean, if they're there, I mean.
Ryan, do I have a way of contacting the other archdruids?
There's a spell called Sending, I believe, in the druidic spell list.
Let me double check. But oh, it's not druidic actually, huh?
You don't have Sending?
No, it's not druid spell. I'm surprised.
Animal
You got animal
messenger.
messenger.
You're right. I do have animal. Yeah, animal messenger. Yeah, you're right. Animal messenger. Yeah, you're right. I do have that. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna. Yes, sorry. Hold on. Yeah, I guess I'll. I guess I could cast. Oh wait, what is it? I have animal friendship and speak with animals.
Yeah, those prepped. So you probably don't have speak with animals prepped. Otherwise, you would have prepped it.
I thought I had
You knew
speak with
about
animals.
it.
No, hold on. No, wait, hold on. I do have it as an item for my item.
Oh, okay, cool. So yeah, you can tap your staff on the ground. A little bird will come down and land on one of the branches and sort of look at you quizzically, and you may speak to it your message.
Okay. Find Archdruid hello there. Please find Archdruid Maeve. Ask her where she is, and if the other Archdruids are close to arriving from Alesia.
It will fly away. It'll take some time for it to go there and back again.
Well, now that that's dealt with, anybody want lunch?
Oh, you can always eat.
Yeah.
I
No,
wonder.
you-
I wonder if
Come
the
on, you.
7-foot tall man is hungry.
It's built like a shipwreck house. I'm sure
you,
you're.
you were
fed.
wrestling a triceratops earlier. Of course you're hungry.
Yeah, I did work up an appetite.
You did walk earlier, didn't you? You 7-foot tall bodybuilder, you.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm. Come on, let's get something to eat.
Very well.
You guys very much have an experience like the dwarves when they go to Rivendell. They're looking at all the leaves and shit. They're like, "Where's the meat?" And there's a little bit of meat, but it's certainly not a portion you're used to, Ouroboros. And you guys have a little lunch, in which 2 birdies will arrive, and one will say,
Yes.
one is your bird, Alesia, that will say, probably nothing because it just delivers a message, and that's all it does.
Oh,
and it just
it's
kind
a
of
message.
nods at you and flies away. And then the other bird lands, which isn't your bird, and will say, "The druids have gathered and await the arrival of the Demithots," in Maeve's voice.
Oh,
And the final archdruid.
I see. Well, it's time to go, everyone. What does the other message say from the first bird?
Nothing. It just nothing. Because it only delivers the message, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay then. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's not sending, but yeah. So should we find Gyasi? Do we have a way of contacting Gyasi? Because we're about to go there.
Everything will work out as it should. We should go to the tree.
Yeah. We'll catch up.
All
Fear
right.
not, young whippersnapper.
Hey, watch it. I'm an archdruid, like.
God, Mom.
There's definitely like some teenage. Maybe she's not a teenager, but it's like some tension, resistance to Maeve. But anyway, she'll Alesia will lead you all to a tree.
Very well.
So transport via plants.
Wait, before we go, I would like to buff the party.
Great. Go for it. Love that for you.
Can I put up an emboldening bond and upcast enhance ability?
Why not? Why would I ever say no?
Oh. Thank you, Thalia. I was going to enhance ability you later on.
Oh, I think I would
Ooh.
just do the party. I guess Gaia doesn't see Alesia as like part of the party. And
There you go.
Oh.
Yeah, Alicia's like, oh, that's so kind of you. Thank you. Thalia's like, I only have enough for like
Well, you're
5.
actually the ones who-
Sorry.
Well, you won't be the ones talking, so.
well,
So
yeah,
my
that's kind of how I see it. Is like we're
So-
going into almost like on a like being interviewed by a panel in a way, right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah.
Hope you're all good with your tongues. Anyway,
definitely. Definitely,
Speaking-
buddy.
Speaking of that, Katara wants to cast tongues on herself before she
okay.
goes into the tree.
Nice
All
little segue.
is everyone ready?
Okay, yes, we're good.
Yes.
Everyone ready? You all know the procedure?
Silenos doesn't know how this works. He thinks it's like teleport, where they might pop into somewhere else. So he like clenches everything. And he sees that you're like opening up a tree. He's like, oh,
Okay.
okay.
All right,
Go
everyone.
through.
3, 2, 1, and she casts transport via plants
Very well.
Hey.
to the
Yeah.
mother tree.
To the mama tree. Okay, yeah.
Mama tree.
Mama. All right,
Mama.
let's go there. By the way, before we go there, I'm going to just send a quick message to to someone. Really.
Let's see.
I'm sending it on Zoom.
Goodness.
Oh, doggy.
Okay, it is sent to the important individual.
Oh.
Okay, let's go to. Did I hear it? Oh, for you sadly see you were the one to get the message. You're like, oh,
Damn it.
man. Oh, man. Okay, let's head to the south. To the top of the tree. Let's see if Tailspire wants to do this at all. Probably not. Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but a moment.
Let it all render.
Well, it didn't want to render. It decided to completely glitch out. No, at all. Man, I made this
It's-
cool board and the internet's sucking.
It's slowing down everything.
Yeah. Oh, that was a bad decision. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, well,
Okay. Never mind. Theater of the mind, I guess.
Is this how Katara
Theater of the
sees all
mind.
the time?
Yes.
Yes.
yeah, we'll
That would
proceed
suck.
to Theater of the Mind. That would suck. I would be
I would probably die.
fine. Is what I mean.
Just go crazy. It's fine.
Just go crazy. Do what I do.
Right,
Go
right.
crazy.
Fall into
Kill all
the
your
abyss.
friends. I mean,
You sound like those Dare drug ads back in the day. If you smoke pot, you'll kill your family or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. You ever see the one from the 80s where the guy's like, "Hey man, you want to try some weed?" He goes, "I don't know, man." He goes, "No, do it." He goes, "Okay." He has like one single hit. He's like, "Wow, that's pretty cool." And he goes, "Right?" He goes, "Hey, what are you doing?" And that same guy who just took a hit 5 seconds ago has a shotgun. He's like, "I can do anything," and then blows off his own head.
That's
Are you
not.
serious?
They're like, "Drugs." And they're like,
I'm never gonna do drugs.
That's like. Those are bath salts, not weed.
I know. They don't show it happening, but the guy literally puts like a double barrel in his mouth, and then he does like the black and white frame and slaps the thing on it. It's like, drugs are bad. Basically. Don't do marijuana.
Because those obviously lead to one another. Truthfully.
And that quickly too, in like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, I got it sidetracked again. Okay, let's try that music track. So, you guys are going to portal through and into the world tree itself. And as you do so, you will emerge in what is the closest approximation to a city, as you can probably get here in the lands of Gaia. And it's very strange, too, is the boughs of the trees have been shaped in such a way to almost seem, not like marble, but certainly like actually crafted walls. The same intentional growth of the lands of Gaia is accentuated here, as it's clear that this treetop sanctuary, large village of a couple hundred exists. And you see many people roaming around. Druid, fae, you see beautiful eladrin creatures, you see sylvan entities of like half bestial, half humanoid. You see certainly no shortage of druids, and it's a magical place. And most strangely, you see these ancient ships, vessels, not as advanced as the Trim Ray as you've seen, but ships that have been, you know, when you go past a bike and it's like the tree is grown around it and the bike is part of the tree now? It's like that, where you see these massive, ancient vessels that have the trees have just like grown in and around them, and they've become part of this treescape. These humongous vessels. It's a very strange and beautiful place where fairy lights glow and illuminate everything, and you see what would be an approximation of buildings within the very boughs of this thick, great tree, deep in the canopy. There's not much light here other than the actual fairy lights that gleam and the pieces, the little beams of sunlight that catch through the many leaves. It's a beautiful and wondrous and unexpected place, and by no means is it a palace. It's more like it reminds you of a forum from when you were in Greece, the amphitheater forums of the Athens almost. Not nearly as uniform or government-like, but certainly in that sort of communal government atmosphere. Alesia, you would know this to be the heart of druidic power in the Feywild, where all are welcome to come and listen to the words that are spoken and speak upon the philosophies of nature and the druidic. And though the archdruids do hold their council privately, everything else this is a place for communities to come together and grow and meet and find mates and so on and so forth.
Is this where I took my oath to be the archdruid, to become the archdruid of the Moon Circle?
Most certainly.
Yeah, it brings back a lot of memories. For Alesia, it's probably like a Tuesday, and she welcomes all of you here to the mother tree.
Thank you, Alesia.
No problem. No problem. It's simply another part of our home. Bit bigger and grander, I suppose. So, shall we be on our way to the meeting, or do you want to discuss anything else? All right.
No, I think we have everything we came for.
Only thing we're missing is Gyasi, but I'm sure the cat will show up.
We'll get here.
If Katara is to be believed. and she will lead you to the main council room.
Okay. Hey, good news. I can share my screen, but I cannot touch the tail spire or it'll all get fucked up again. So here it is. This is the map.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
Holy crap. That's so cool.
Just imagine a large canopy above it from like the actual tree itself.
It's like Pirates of the Caribbean shipwrecks meets Rivendell. Like whatever that like
I know.
are all the shipwrecks. It's so cool.
I know a little bit.
Prettier than the Pirates of the Caribbean place, but that was pretty cool with all the shipwrecks built up. Say.
Just imagine all of that stone is like bark. That's all part of the tree. Yeah, so you guys can progress inward and you will find the druid quarters. Not at the top, like again, this isn't Act Corinth or anything like that. You will find there is this one large open forum area, and again, it just seems to be the way of the druids that they don't require to put up large walls to keep their own population out. Everyone simply respects the way of things. So you come to one of these, like if you look at one of these guys, you see these big open area, almost arena forum-like shapes. Though there's a large population around, you guys walk up these stone steps and emerge into, again, what looks like a large, very forested, very naturalistic, very sylvan, elven amphitheater. And you see a number of individuals around. I'm going to send you an image of only 2 of them that I have on hand. But on the Facebook chat, I'll send you an image of Valerie, as I know at least one of you wanted to see what she looks like, and another one of Ian Warren, who is the Furbolg sort of elder of the group. These are the 2 of them. And they seem to be standing quite close to each other anyway around. So this is kind of the 2 of them.
Cool.
Yeah, you're fun.
Sorry, that was Ian Warren and what was it?
Valerie?
That's Valerie.
Valerie. Okay.
Yeah,
I was just gonna say. I didn't.
That was Thalia.
Right. That
I traumatize everybody, though. Let's be fair.
True.
I was gonna say, as we enter the chamber, because I was told, you know, I'm gonna appeal to somebody. She's gonna like remove her hood that she usually keeps up, and she's gonna like, you know, show off that she's death.
Got it. Silenos, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just had just only question, kind of observation. That one person in the chat, they look like the individual that I was just speaking with, right? Like
the Furbolg in there is same creature, not the same person. No.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's all.
Yeah. Similar creature.
Pretty racist.
Furbolg racist.
No, but looks very similar. Very. I think the term is Ursine is for bear. Equine, I believe it is. Very equine. Very. You couldn't see a lot of detail because you were in the pitch black with this guy. Your dark vision only pervade grays, but yeah, Furbolg creature.
All good. Cool.
You will see. Indeed, you see that Ian Warren individual who's dressed very simply in sort of dark shades. Isn't a very classically presented druid. It's just kind of very simply dressed. Stands taller than most of everybody there. There's one who stands a little taller, and you see this big bipedal elephant druid who is wearing large, I guess vestments we'll call them, sort of, that betray this sort of druidic nature. And there will be a lot of decoration in the embroiderment of these vestments of mushrooms and spores and skulls. And this would be the Archdruid Rethionihas. Fuck it. But call me Ruth, he says out loud, very loudly. So Ruth he is. or you know what? Let's just internationally change his name to Ruthion, and we'll just leave it at that. No more Inehus on the end. So we'll call him Ruthion. His full name is the full thing, but he goes by Ruthion. So there's that guy. You will see a fairly plain-looking high elf. She's beautiful and graceful, long blonde hair, but does seem to have an age of her, which you would identify, or you could have identified Alesia as the Archdruid Nimlenwe.
Nimlenwe. You just lectured
Yep.
Chelsea about this.
That's right. You'll clearly see Maeve, who is this sort of dark-skinned elder druid woman. You see this snaky druid who very much has arms, but looks like an oversized snake and sort of slithers around with a staff with a cobra head on the end of it, and also has very like reds and lots of brown leathers, maybe even some burn marks across its sort of reddish orange scales. You see Valerie, who is sitting with Ian Warren, and the two of them seem to be conversing. It seems very like personal, and maybe even vulnerable on Valerie's part. Yeah, those are the archdruids, not including the one who's wandering around with you right now.
Yeah.
But they all seem to look over and take note of all of your arrivals. Some of them with, I don't know, different reactions. So what would you all like to do? Yeah.
What is the way that the druids show respect to a member of higher ranking, or someone who is more wise than themselves?
You could ask Alesia that, and
Okay, I will.
Alesia, if you wanted to have the answer on that.
I would like to give the answer on that.
Absolutely. I would say it's probably a phrase in Druidic, which I will give you promptly.
Katiate.
You know what? Fuck it, sure.
Yeah, why not?
Katiate.
Make it simple.
It's very much like a hand on the heart, bow of the head, Katiate.
It worked for Carmen, it'll work for me.
Yep.
And before I go in, I show Katiate. Like, and you need to bow with the heart on your chest on this side. Not on this side. It needs to be on this side.
Oh Lord. Yeah,
You're trying to impress them, okay?
I hear you. He will upon whenever one of the archdruids see him, he will Akiate or whatever.
They go, oh, he said it wrong, and they all turn around.
No.
Get out! Get the fuck out of our room!
Get the fuck out! Did he just insult my mother?
He's not throwing tomatoes at him.
No, but I will try to show the utmost respect to the druids and let them know that we come not only in peace but in hopefully understanding and fellowship.
So I'll say that as you guys approach into the place, the first one that you are going to meet with is this female elven druid, this Nimlenwe, who is the archdruid, as you were told,
Of the Fey Circle, I believe.
The Circle of Dreams. That's right.
Yep.
She has like dark, despite her elven grace, when you get closer, you see these sort of like dark circles under her eyes. You also see that she doesn't have any eye color. It's just gray. And her ears seem a little extra longer than anybody else's here. Even Valerie, who isn't actually in the lag, which we would have very large ears. She'll look at Alesia and say, Katiake.
Like Katiate, I greet her again. This is Archdruid. Away. How does it go in the Circle of Dreams?
It goes, we never sleep, and these Fae won't give us back our eye color. It's generally what we say.
You just you bear a great burden, sister.
Yes. Oh, so who are they? Oh,
These
right, they're the visitors. Yes.
Yes, the visitors we spoke of. The other one spoke of as well.
Welcome. She'll swap to common. Welcome. Or no, she won't swap to common. She doesn't speak Greek. She'll speak in Elvish. That's the best she can do. So anyone who understands Elvish will understand what she's saying. And she'll say Andaran Natishan, which is basically like, it is a very formal way of saying like welcome and be greeted.
I translate. She's greeting you.
Ouroboros will touch his chest and then start speaking in Elvish. And then he'll start, like you didn't expect me to be able to talk like that,
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right.
Anyway.
Go ahead. What do you say?
Oh, I'll just be giving the Gatiate.
Yeah, you did it. You did it.
Okay.
Tiate.
And you do it like
Gatiate.
this.
Yeah, and I'll do that, and then I'll start speaking about the stars are ever vibrant here, thanks to the wishes of the Circle of Stars. I don't know.
Circle of Dreams.
Dreams. Wow. Yeah.
She just kind of smiles at Alesia, and she'll say to you in Druidic, Alesia, and thinks nobody will understand. She'll say, "You've done such a good job training them, Alesia. They're almost presentable."
I say in Druidic, like after Alicia does this, makes this motion with the face. She says, I've done the best I can, sister."
I say this with, of course, no disrespect on her, but are they just very thick? Have they been difficult to deal with?
No, just inexperienced with our way of doing things.
I see. She will
That was-
swap back to Elvish, and she will say, well, I appreciate your kind words. Who are you? Looking at you, Ouroboros.
In Elvish, he'll say, I am Ouroboros. I am a warrior of giant descent.
Giants. You say, these are the siblings of the gods.
They are.
Anyway. Oh, nope, go ahead.
She bats and they are powerful. They are great beings in their world. It's not quite gods, but certainly more powerful than the average mortal. Suddenly taller as well.
I can see that. Well, be welcome here, demigod.
Indeed.
May I ask to who you pay your parentage?
Like she's I'm sorry, but Alicia's also behind her saying, putting like a crown motion on her head, like try to get Ouroboros to mention the thing.
Well, she sees you doing that, Alesia.
No, that's behind her. That's behind her.
I mean,
she doesn't see
you
that
said
shit.
it.
No, she doesn't.
How does she not see
Behind
this
her.
shit? You're standing right next. So she's
No,
she's having a conversation
it
like
feels
this.
like she's just scratching her head. She's hiding it.
All right, sure. But she's having a conversation with you and Ouroboros.
Oh, very well.
My father is Zeus. And I understand that my father has belittled and stepped upon the realm that the druids lie, and I would love nothing more than to right those wrongs.
Well,
Me,
your father
myself-
is a god. But which god, if you might mind? This name means nothing to me.
Oh, the Sky Tyrant.
You're the son of the Sky Tyrant.
Indeed. And I come to change things. I come to bring change.
We don't want any change here.
I
Many of us
understand.
are quite content the way things are. It's been negotiated that you should be allowed to speak here, and that it's fair for pretending that things do not exist, do not make that so. But I'll be surprised if there's words that you could share here regarding the plight of your father and his brood that will change our opinions. Our world is kind and fair and well balanced, and we would not see it changed.
Nor I. I wish for every druid to not have to live under tyranny. I do not want to
Let's not
change
get-
anything here.
You must not get along with your father very well.
We have our disagreements.
Make a persuasion check.
Is there any way I can say something in his head?
I don't know, is there?
I mean, I can telepathically send him a message if I can.
Oh, then sure. Yeah, go for it.
I'm just going to say, I'd be careful what promises you make.
I'll kind of give a fucking unseen nod, and I will use my inspiration because that first roll was shit.
Yeah, fair enough.
You have advantage from enhance ability.
Oh,
Do I?
Yeah, she does. You do?
oh shit.
Okay. It's not in the cards.
It's just not the cards. You use your inspiration to roll one more time.
I did.
So
The
you roll with
advantage-
advantage and one more time.
Yeah. And I rolled a 2, a 1, and a 2.
Oh my
Oh,
lord. Oh, fuck.
Shits.
So you're supposed to add them all together now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's like
It's like 5?
20, yeah, 27. Yeah.
Why did internally Alicia's cringing? Why did Ouroboros speak first?
Why? Thalia, go speak. She goes. I see. Well, there might be the saving grace that druids are remarkably insightful, and that might save the. Nope. And she goes. Well, it has been interesting to know you.
Yep.
We will speak soon, I imagine.
Yep. Nimue, before you go, that you should just know the others as well, as Alicia's trying to salvage this thing.
Oh yes, certainly.
Like-
She'll look around and see Katara and kind of.
The-
Who might you be?
like Alicia's now looking at Thalia
No,
like,
no, she's
I know.
Katara's stepping forward. Step.
no,
Yeah.
shit.
So Katara will step forward and she'll do the arms. Okay, it's very nice to meet you. I'm Katara.
What was that? What was that first part? What'd you say?
Katiate. I can't. I'm messing it up, but I'm
Oh, I
trying.
see.
No matter what,
Katiate.
she hears whatever it is.
Yeah.
Full proof on that.
Yeah.
So she'll say, "It's wonderful to meet you. My name's Tara. To be fair, I don't know what you would call my mother. I suppose her name was Hecate, but she's also known as Mother of the Crossroads. Perhaps that'll provide some interest. But I'd be delighted to get to speak with you more. I think we might have some things in common. I also don't sleep. And I do like to walk through dreams.
Make a persuasion check.
This one is way
And
better.
it's
This one's way
enhanced.
better.
I get enhanced, right?
Yeah.
This is a way better matchup. Yeah.
Oh, I know. It's like dreams. Yes, let's go. All right. Persuasion 23.
23.
Wow.
I have a plus 11 to persuasion.
What?
Never would have guessed.
Why-
Katara. So
Katara,
suddenly, yeah, Alesia, you're like, oh no, not the creepy one, and you not the literally insane creepy one.
The undead
And,
creepy one.
Katara steps forward and says, "I walk through dreams, and I know of them." You know, she goes, surprisingly swaps her over from her initial sort of like defensive stance from Ouroboros, and it sort of transitions very quickly. And then Linway says, "I see a dream walker. How exceptional! You know, we have many powers of divination here, but I hear from your world those are exceptional talents and used by a fair few."
Yes, I would be what you would call, or I'd have, the oracle sight is what they would say as well.
An authentic oracle from the mortal realm. Only heard of them through the Circle of Dreams. How interesting. Is it true that at any given moment you could prophesize the future?
Well, yes, it's happened quite a few times.
Would you amuse me with a demonstration?
I can do divination again, but I'll know that it's going to be, I think there's a 25% chance that it's not truthful or something. A random reading.
You want to risk it?
Well, and I'll look to her and I'll
Thanks.
say, well, hang on. I'll say, well, if I'm being truly honest, I did, in wanting to learn more about the world here, I did attempt to, well, I communed with nature here, and I did use the divination aspect of that already. If I were to try again in that same capacity, I can't say for certain if the reading would be 100%. However, I can try an alternative ritual and sort of talk about the augury potential. But she's trying to be truthful. She's like saying she could do it. She can call on these powers when she wants, but she knows that it won't be 100% right now.
Yeah. Is your augury come through your oracle power, or is that just a ritual?
It's just a ritual, but it's the same like foreknowledge. So she doesn't know if the oracle sight might help
She'll
with
say, Let us try. I will take into consideration that you are apparently not at your best today. But let us try I wish for a display, but I understand we have our limits too, as druids.
If you wish, you can, and I'll say that she can ask 5 questions when I do it.
Oh, 5 questions. That's more than I said. Very well. I'll ask you 5 questions. What is in my right pocket? What is the name of the fairy I met today? And what is the name of the entity that stole my eye color?
Sorry. And what was so right pocket, fairy she met today, an entity that stole her eyesight?
That's right.
Okay. So yeah, she will sort of, at will, she will use divination, so her eyes will kind of go white.
Right.
And yeah, so I don't want to, yeah, it's fine. See if she could tap into the same being she was tapping into earlier, but she'll say, can you tell me what's in Niminue? Is that how it is? Niminue?
You gotta get her name right.
Niminue. I have a character called Nimue. I just want to make sure.
It's probably this. It's probably this. Oh, it's got an L. So, Nimlenwe.
Nimlenwe.
There we go.
Okay.
It would tell you that she has a jade stone in her right pocket.
And then I'll ask, and I'm just gonna ask these questions and I'll reveal the answers afterwards.
Yeah.
What's the name of the fairy that she met today?
Its name was Honeysuckle.
And what's the name of the entity that stole her eyesight?
Its name was Honeysuckle.
And I'll sort of reach out as well, and I'll just say, is there anything that nature wants her to know before the meeting?
I trust that she has the wisdom to see this decision forth.
And she'll end it there at the fourth question, but she'll say, okay. Well, it seems that you have a jade stone in your right pocket.
And she'll reveal the jade stone, and the other archdruids nearby who are sort of entertained by this display will sort of kind of see your power.
And you met a fairy named Honeysuckle today.
This is true. I did meet such a fairy, and there's another little applause from the various archdruids nearby.
And she is also the entity that stole your eyesight.
Yes. And all here know that to be true, and everyone's sort of they all like a more excited applause as you do indeed get all three questions correct.
And then I'll end that and I'll say, and it also seems that you have great wisdom in leading us with this in meeting. And I'll leave it there.
And she goes, thank you. And she says, well,
she's gonna look at Alesia like,
yeah, Katara's like, she like pulls her shirt. It says like Demithots for life. She's like, oh.
Alesia gives her a wink, like, finally someone I can depend on.
And is Minway is fairly impressed, as are the fellow druids. So you will have certainly gained a little poke in the right direction with Minway and the other archdruids. So I'll be keeping track of some points here for how well things are going.
She'll fall back in line and she'll say, yes, I think that went well. Going back, talking to her friend.
Yeah, Katara, you and Niminwe will like sort of part ways, and she'll say, well, your skills are excellent, and perhaps you might speak more. I've been interested to hear more of these dreams you want. To say, Patiake, and we'll bend her head, and she'll sort of go speak to one of the other archdruids and sort of muse about your skill at divination.
Do I see do I also see Ruthonius? I believe that's what we said his name is.
Oh yeah, Ruthonius was like, yes. He was definitely applauding at Katara's power. He seemed very interested.
I'm going to kind of bring Katara aside and introduce her to Ruthonius.
Okay. So she starts to fall back, and then she's like, okay.
No, come on, let's keep going. We try to pull the introvert into the party.
Absolutely. Okay, yeah, you push him forward and meets the towering, about as tall as Ouroboros, Ruthion, as he prefers to call himself. No, definitely about as tall. And certainly as broad, as he is literally an elephant.
Iffy.
And Ruthion says, Archdruid Alesia, how kind of you to bring over such a such an interesting outsider. I am the Archdruid Ruthian of the Circle of Spores. It is a great pleasure to meet you, demigod.
Katiate, Archdruid.
Katiake.
Gotcha, okay. She'll say. Yes, it's very wonderful to meet all of you. I did, as part of my communion earlier, did get a sense of the wonderful balance that nature has here, life and death. It's quite intriguing.
Oh, I am so glad you said that. I really am. I have to say, we focus so much on the transition from life to death around here, and death can be had when prey must be ate or sickness comes if we're not doing our jobs well. What is certainly most interesting is when I find when druids decide their time has come, they wish to move on to another adventure. No one knows what's on the other side, but I hear in your world you very much do know what's on the other side, don't you?
Well, yes, I lived probably almost my whole life in the underworld. I'm a bit of a unique situation.
I've only heard bits and pieces from the Circle of the Stars. They've told me little bits and pieces, but I hear your path to death is incredibly intricate and very specific. Would you tell me something?
Well, my mother, in an effort to rid herself of a curse, killed me as a baby.
Oh,
quite gruesome.
Holy shit. Oh, wow.
And I just brought the vibe down.
Holy shit.
But
holy motherfucker. What?
Oh, that's fucked up. That's fucked up.
But my chosen mother, she felt that there was a different path for me. And she saved me, raised me in the underworld until it was time for me to return. I've spent a bit of time in the mortal world, mostly taking care of my children.
You have children? I thought you died as a baby.
Oh, yes, they're outcasts, and I've been guided by my visions to collect them, care for them.
So what happens? You die as a baby. Horrible, gruesome, terrible. What happens next?
Well, typically, you're judged.
Judged.
See what realm you should go to, but my mother, she interfered. She took me and kept me, and I stayed at her cottage for most of the time. Just
your mother killed you by throwing off a cliff, and then when you were to be judged,
my chosen mother. It's different. If you'd like, I can enter your dreams later, and I can just walk you through the process.
Oh, that sounds incredible. Yes, let's do it. It is a dream walk, me and you. Oh, I cannot wait. I'll tell you what, make a persuasion, Katara. You're gonna have advantage because he likes your style.
Super advantage because of handsability, or
just advantage. Super advantage.
30 or 20, 27.
Yeah, he goes, it's a date. Cannot wait.
I am down.
I am
so down.
So down. This is gonna be so cool.
Yep.
You're gonna walk me through it. I get to see your cottage. We don't have to see you die on the cliffside. It's okay. We can skip that part. You don't need to do that.
Okay.
I encourage it.
You don't mind, really?
Oh, I've shown others before. If you're interested.
I want to see everything. And with that, you certainly gained a point with Ruthian. And the other archdruids are like, what the fuck? But Ruthian's like, this is great. This is exactly what I was looking for.
Let them through now. Now, let them go.
I am on board.
And knowing she's probably pushing her luck with like seeing the kind of like from the other people, she's like, well, I don't want to hog all the attention. These,
we'll have
you know,
plenty
and
of time tonight, won't we?
yes, and I'll sort of like kind of gesture to the rest of the group to see if anybody else wants to try their hand. Maybe Thalia, because
Thalia,
they seem to be
like
creeped out by
Thalia,
me now.
She just
the mo-
schedule a fling?
Katara just
Get
What?
a date, make a dates.
Katara's got a date. The Archdruids.
Yeah,
Actually,
because
with
at least
that, as it is right.
least-
So you guys have entered into the druidic circle. You guys have begun to converse with the various Archdruids. There's more to speak of, and perhaps a couple surprises will be in store. But for the time being, why don't we pull away from the scene and we will pick it up next week, as it is about that time.
Okay.
Hope everyone had fun. But yeah, you've made it to the meeting, and hopefully Olympus is not too far away.
How do you pronounce that greeting again?
Katiake.
Katia.
How do you, okay, if you had to spell it, how would you?
I would go K-A-T Katia I-A-K-E. That's all.
Thalia, the best part is that you and me have tongues, so it always sounds right.
That's true. That's true.
Okay. That's good.
That's why I'm going. I'm like, yes.
Katara coming in clutch there. Holy shit.
I know, Katara just
Yeah.
everyone's like, whoa.
You swooped in. That was great.
Yeah, you stripped in, picked up the fumble after Ouroboros dropped the ball.
As soon as I heard they don't sleep, I was like, oh great.
You have
Spawned.
something in common.
Introducing the some of the Sky Town first maybe wasn't initially the best idea going forward. No offense, dude. No offense, dude.
No, you're good. I mean,
In
it's a
in-
tough sell. I
It's
mean,
weird.
I'll fully
Ouroboros is
understand.
usually so good at introductions.
Mm-hmm.
in
Fuck with Alesia.
in
That's a shame.
in Tandalin for next week. I'm traveling
Oh, gotcha.
next Tuesday. I may
Oh,
make the first part of the session because I've got a pretty long layover in Baltimore. Before
Hey, welcome to
my hop to
town.
Rochester.
Nice.
But I get in at Rochester at like 11 o'clock at night, so I will definitely be out the second half for sure. So, if I'm off screen, that's fine. It's introduce me whenever it's easy to plug me in.
Fair enough. Understood.
Welcome to Baltimore, big guy.
Oh, I've been there before.
Mm-hmm. Not like how I know this town.
No, I don't need to know it that well.
Oh god.
All right. If you ever want to take me up on the offer, you know where to find me.
Listen, I tool around to a few places in the Inner Harbor, including the James Joyce, and that's it.
I actually know somebody who's the bar manager, the husband of the bar manager of the James Joyce, actually.
A fantastic Irish pub. Cannot say enough good things about it.
Mm-hmm. Well, guys, I guess it's appropriate that Gyasi may not be here next week, considering Eric might be
Worked
out.
out.
Yeah, because
it
he's
worked out.
taking.
Also, such a cool interaction with Gyasi,
Mhm.
though. That was
Mhm.
awesome.
I know. I've been enjoying
Um,
that little bit with Gyasi.
Eric's like, I want to see Eric play a wizard one day. Because Eric, you're like one of the smartest D&D players I've come across.
It's true.
You with a
Yeah.
wizard would be dangerous, legit game-breakingly dangerous.
I go out of my way not to do that because that just makes life difficult for the GM. And I've done that job. I would not do that to somebody else.
No, I invite it. I want to see Ouroboros play an actual charisma character and be a paladin. I want to see Gyasi play a wizard. I want Katara to just keep doing what she's doing. She's doing great. You know, I want my all-star. I want my all-star class player matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Creepy is fun. I'm gonna say it.
Creepy's
It
fun.
is.
Oh yeah,
It is. I'm enjoying it. I'm loving it.
like you were amazing tonight, Chelsea. Great job. Oh, my mother threw me off a cliff when I was a baby. Like, oh,
It's true. I mean, that's
And
that's
he's like,
actually
"Oh."
it's worse than that, but
yeah. Like,
what's his face will see it.
Yeah, and I also love how I had to like kind of like nudge you along with more conversations. It was like, it's like introducing introverts to other people in a party, you know?
Well, I mean, in my
Yeah.
head, it's sort of like the one that approached, she wasn't gonna like then like charge at the next like more people. I think she was sort of thinking like they'll come here. She's trying to like let things like she was told, you know, everything's gonna work out. So she's like, okay. And then you're like, come this way. And she's like, oh, okay.
Okay, just go with the flow. Yeah.
All the while probably hearing this weird voice
Yeah.
in her head.
Yeah. Bye, guys. I got work tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Night, night.
Bye.